you can start the edit at this point. I just giving him that little cue so he knows what he's doing. All right, so welcome to the Rabbit Season Study Day. I am so happy to see you all, and several of you have taken a study day with me before. I know I've got people that are joining only through recording that have never taken a study day. If you are new to the study day, please just write new in the chat. I'm pretty sure maybe Kathy, maybe this is your first study day.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Awesome. George, is this your first study day or have you taken other ones?
This first one for me.
Okay. So what I'm trying to recreate with the study day is something that I come back to and do several times a year is if I need a mental reset. Oh, here comes Sandra. We'll let her in. If I need a mental reset on my work, or I often do it if I'm switching from one calligraphic script to another. So I have just come off a probably 6 months intense study of Italian hand. And if I'm going to switch to Spencerian, I take a day like this where all I do is focus on Spencerian and it mentally resets my mind. I used to do them twice a year in concurrent in as Brian Walker was doing his study days in the UK, and I couldn't go to the UK to join him, but I would take that same time out and I would practice while I knew they were practicing. And it just became this like a retreat for me, something I looked forward to. I would do something special for myself, like Chris will take care of the meals today. I usually get a special coffee or a treat for myself, or I buy a new brush or a new tube of paint. I do something to celebrate in preparation of this day. And what we're going to do for the rabbit study day is take a time out and focus on a painting of a little animal in some sort of foliate setting, a canthus setting. And what I'm hoping the reset will do is it'll fine tune some of the skills that we practice in other classes, but maybe don't have enough time to dive in detail on one special thing. And my absolute hope with this class is that it's not for just taking notes, but it's for actually doing the project in real time, which can feel very different than just a single Zoom session or two Zoom sessions where we don't work together. Does that make sense? Like, so treat it like this really special day that you look forward to it. You're going to do something special. And if you've treated yourself to maybe at the end of the class, you buy one of the books or you do something that marks this day as special. So I have a ton of inspiration and things I want to share with you. Let's go over to, let me go over to the camera here. Okay, so at any point, you can take yourself off mute and ask me questions at any time. Um, yeah, so it's going to be a fairly informal setting, and we're going to be working along together, and hopefully you'll get close to completing a project together. So I wanted to share probably the two main influences behind this particular class and behind this particular style. And the first is Marjolaine Baston. And Marjolaine is a current artist. She is a Hallmark artist, and I have several of her books. Many of them are not written in English. This is an advent calendar that is not written in English. But inside each of the calendar days, we have a different animal, and she gives us a story that I can actually pop into Google Translate. But I want you to look at her painting style. And this is a softened version of dry brush. And this is where my skills, my time has been going to sort of hit this different sort of painting technique, where I do a lot of pure dry brush where really there's almost no moisture that's hitting the paper. It's almost like colored pencil with your brush. It's very, very dry technique. But Marjolaine, in looking and studying her technique, she has kind of a way of blending and glazing these layers. So the overall result on the paper isn't quite as granular. There's like a softness that happens. So Marjolaine Baston, if you look her up on a site like bookfinder.com, you'll probably find 75 to 100 books. And every one of the books she does is filled with beautiful illustrations. Frances, check that out, that gorgeous deer. Frances loves deer. Um, she is a botanical artist mainly. And what is so incredible about her work, like birds and the bunnies, is she paints from memory. She does not necessarily take a photograph of things. She'll take a quick in the field sketch, but then she goes home to her desk and she works from memory, which absolutely blew me away. So you can see the softness of her technique, but there's a sharpening of the details that comes through dry brushing, and that's what we're going to try and focus on. If you want to read a little bit about Marjolaine Baston and how she kind of spends her year, I recommend this book, which is called View from a Sketchbook. And here's another gorgeous illustration of a rabbit. And it's talks in detail about how she does things. She never really shares her actual painting techniques, but we're using an extractive study method of how I sort of really looked at her techniques and how I developed my own based on her plus one other artist. So it is a gorgeous book. If you love nature, oh, there's another little squirrel there. If you love actually being inspired by some of these natural photos or illustrations, she is a wonderful reference. So I have several of her books, and I've already got all the books written down on a PDF, so you don't have to jot all these things down. So don't worry about that. The other one that I have really based my technique on is Marjolaine Bast, or sorry, Marie Angel. And this is the main textbook that I use for developing. Oh, here comes Anjanice, so I'm going to embed her. This is the main technique that I have studied in her Painting for Calligraphers book. If you don't have this book on your shelf, I really recommend this as a purchase. I think you'll refer to it over and over again. I did pull this one also to reference. Okay, so this is the 23rd Psalm by Marie Angel. And if we go here, so in your handouts, I've given you some close-ups from the Harrison collection at the San Francisco Public Library, where you can really see the details of her painting technique. But it's similar to Marjolaine Baston. However, she very rarely does blending in the animals. Now, it might not be easy to get in on some of the detail. Your handouts are actually going to give you a little bit more of the detail in there. Oh, here comes Beatrice. Awesome. But you can see the brush strokes. So when dry brush is not blended or softened with water, you will have a more granular effect. Neither is optimal. So I sort of fall somewhere in between this really dry technique and blending it a little bit more softly like Marjolaine Baston. So again, you can see all of those first strokes. This takes time. She would build up, and she's working on vellum. So in vellum, you cannot really put a wash of water on top without buckling that vellum. So she has really honed her technique for working on vellum, but we can do this on paper as well. So those are the two artists that I'm basing the technique on. what is so cool about this book is she takes us through completely through her dry brush technique and through how she combines this with calligraphy. And this is where I fall because most of my pieces have some sort of calligraphic element to them. However, I do a lot of standalone designs as well. This is on vellum. It's absolutely, it looks like velvet when she's done. It's just an amazing book. And one that should be read, so not just appreciated for the pictures, which is really hard to sort of fall into that trap, but I go back and reread this book all the time. Some little mice there. Yeah, so those are the two main references. I'm just going to mute some background noise here. Here we go. All right. Other books that are helpful. And George, I know that you sent me a couple of books that I had never even seen before. One was called, I think, Drawing Hair, Bunnies and Hares. So another one might have been Drawing Rabbits. Those look like they were really good books too, where they break the animals down into basic shapes. This is a vintage book. It's actually available on archive.org. And what it does is it breaks down any animal into basic shapes like beans or circles or, very basic shapes. And the idea is that if you follow the directions from the beginning to the end, you're going to get the desired animal. And I have to say that this absolutely works. And Janice, I just saw your question. That 23rd Psalm book is by Marie Angel, something you can pick up used. And Janice, I've already written down all of the books that I'm sharing, so you don't have to jot these down crazily or in a hurry or anything like that. But it's a really nice book to be able to pick up if you can find it used. And the source that I use for finding used books is called bookfinder.com. And I'll try to remember to put that in your PDF as well, because I usually look it up. Bookfinder will pull from every single resource that they can find on the internet, and then it's a matter of looking for your book according to price or condition. All right, so there is a rabbit section in here. There's all kinds of other animals in here. And as a sketching exercise, and if you want to sort of strengthen those skills of learning to draw this way, I think it's a fantastic resource. So it's one that I really highly recommend. And that I think is the only, those are the technical books, the drawing book that I wanted to share with you. There are other influences. And this is my Charles Van Sandwyk, Mr. Rabbit's Symphony of Nature. And Charles Van Sandwyk started out in the calligraphy world, and all of his books that he hand produces have some sort of hand lettering. There are some mass-produced books that don't have hand lettering in them, but the ones that he is doing the limited edition of the prints, his gorgeous calligraphy is alongside of it, which is so joyful and exuberant. And I love his sort of line and wash technique. And he works in watercolor and ink, and then he does etchings, like prints of those watercolors. And he is heavily influenced by Arthur Rackham and Beatrix Potter. Arthur Rackham doesn't influence me as much, but Beatrix Potter certainly does, and we're going to look at that as well. But you can see all of the detail that he's actually built up in ink. And if that's something that you want to do, you can build up the animal in ink and then do a wash on top of it. This background, that model background, that's Arthur Rackham. So if you want to look at really moody images, Arthur Rackham is a place to study. That's a place to dive into. I didn't pull my Rackham influences, but Charles Van Sandwyk, without question, is one of my absolute favorite living artists. His work is highly, highly collectible and just a joy. Um, let's look at Beatrix Potter then before I go into the other influences. So Beatrix Potter, this is one of my favorite books. And it's a collection, it's like a pop-out book where it's got interactive areas. It tells her story. There's lots of her illustrations that's in there. But the treasure of this book is actually way back here, tucked away. And this was her self-published. This is a reprint of her self-published original Peter Rabbit um, before it became colorized, before Warren picked it up. And why I love it is it has all of her outlines of rabbits. And as we get through the class, as we progress through, you're going to need to see the rabbit in its most simple form. It's an absolute delight to have that little book and that little publication, which we could probably never afford to buy at one of her actual editions. But having this little reprint at the back of that um, journal book is just a delight. So I absolutely love this publication, and I picked it up used very, very inexpensively. It has her first Christmas card in it. Um, it's an absolutely beautiful book to see. Look at this. You can flip through all these pages. You can see all the proofs that she went through in the printing process, which is absolutely amazing. So really nice resource if you are a Beatrix Potter fan. I also pulled this one, which was the catalog from the Victoria and Albert exhibit. And I know Victoria actually saw the full exhibit. There's other people in this class as well that saw that full exhibit. I saw part of it when I was in the UK, and I saw her because they didn't have the full thing there, but I saw her original pencil sketches and designs. But there's really nothing quite like seeing how Beatrix Potter paints animals, what her technique is, which is not as refined as either Marjolaine Baston or um, Marie Angel, because it's meant for print, and she also worked fairly rapidly. She had to do her work fairly quickly if she was going to keep up with all of her publications at the rate she was going. But you can still see how she defines color. It is a dry brush over a glaze. And she does have ink outlines in there as well. But she is, look at this, Lady Mouse, putting that up for Victoria and Sophia, who love mice. She is absolutely incredible to study and to know about her life and to know about her breakthroughs that she made as a woman artist struggling to be accepted was pretty incredible. And there's a couple of books that I pulled as well. The Tale of Benjamin Bunny, The Tale of Flopsy Bunnies, which of all of the bunny books, The Tale of Flopsy Bunnies is my favorite. And if we go in here, I absolutely adore the title page that she created. But there's lots of different animal poses of seeing the animals in motion. And that can help you when you're actually drawing and sketching. So this one here, The Tale of Flopsy Bunny, if I pull, I was using that as a reference for my own illustration and trying to figure out how I'm going to place that and make the acanthus look like it's coming out from the rabbit. This is one of my favorite illustrations I've ever done. And it was the Tale of Flopsy Bunny that sort of influenced me as I drew my own shape. Now, we don't copy it, but you can absolutely let that influence you and help you draw your shape. And if you're just practicing in your sketchbook, by all means, go ahead and sketch the way she sketched, draw the way she drew, and see how that can inform your own practice. But tons and tons of bunnies. So, oh, there's a mouse. Absolutely love it as a reference. And we've also got The Tale of Peter Rabbit, which is her groundbreaking book. And again, you've got rabbits in different positions. You can see the shape of the body. And I'm going to break that body down into recognizable shapes so you can draw your own design. So that's Beatrix Potter. She's never far away from me. Other artists that you might not be as familiar with, one is Molly Brett. And Molly Brett has lots and lots of books. And what you want to keep in mind is this word, or this phrase, the Medici Society. So you can actually search out books on eBay that have been published by the Medici Society, and they're usually this flat format, and they have lots of different sort of illustrators. On the break, I'll pull another one, which is Racy Helps. I forgot to pull him. Artists that you might not be familiar with. But again, you can see her positioning of rabbits. You can see her painting technique, which again, it's a soft technique. All kinds of different animals, lots of different ways to see animals, and let that influence your own drawing. So I really like, look at that, just peeking out, that owl peeking out. Lots of different ideas to explore. So Molly Brett has tons of books. Again, look, don't forget this phrase, the Medici Society, and check those out and see what you can find. I also have Margaret Tempest. So Margaret Tempest, as an illustrator, took the theme of, she was one of the ones who really built on what Beatrix Potter had done. And the Allison Utley books of the Little Gray Rabbits have some beautiful animals. Again, you get that Beatrix, definitely got the Beatrix Potter vibe, and you've got these clothed animals. So if you are interested in putting clothes on them, some really cute illustrations in the Allison Utley Margaret Tempest books. I've got several of her titles. Little Gray Rabbit Christmas is one of my favorites. You may or may not be familiar with Holly Pond Hill, and this is illustrations by Susan Wheeler. These were really popular in the 90s and early 2000s, and they were picked up by Hallmark. And you can see little angel rabbits, skating rabbits, mice, again, sort of this wintry theme in this book, in pajamas. But look at things like the shape of the head. So when you look at the shape of the head, do you see an oval? Like an egg shape, and look at how the ears are positioned. So you never start from a point where this is too complicated. Start from a place of, hey, what is the basic shape? What can I do here? Anyway, you can feel like a warmth, a presence and a warmth, the glow, sort of that Thomas Kinkade painting feeling that you have in her books. So I really like looking at the illustrations, seeing where she places the eye, how our ears portrayed. You break things down into their simplest form as you work on things. So Susan Wheeler, if you can find any of the Holly Pond Hill books, they're beautiful. And I also pulled Foxwood Treasury. This is another one of my favorites. And again, these rabbits are just a little bit different than the shapes that Susan Wheeler is getting. Look at those beautiful shapes. They've got bonnets, and it's absolutely beautifully illustrated. And there's all kinds of different animals in here. There's that Beatrix Potter vibe as far as the era that they're using. Different head positions. This is the hardest by far to draw, which is the full view of the face with both eyes in position. So we're going to work in profile where it's easier to kind of define that animal shape. And again, you can see how things are reduced to different shapes. So you've got an oval here defining the hip. I have a kind of I use a bowling pin shape almost when I draw this part of the body. Look at the little curve of the instep of the foot. So there's things that you can add to your drawing that add some definition and really start to define your little animals. So the children's books section. So if you think back to that draw any animal book, I did not pull all of my children's books reference, but if you go into the children's book section of your bookstore and look at their drawing books, sometimes they have little animal drawing books that have just been reduced down to their simplest form. And it's absolutely fantastic for us to use as our own resources. So never shy away from that. Those children's books can absolutely teach us something. I also pulled some of my greeting cards. Some of these are mid-century cards. Some of them are like from the 90s or the late 80s. But I look at things like the position of the head, the eye. What can I learn from seeing things in a card? And this one's from the 90s. Again, I look at things like the eye. How is that eye shaped? Where is the light in the eye? Look at things like what is around the eye. So that whole face isn't painted in with the brown of the fur. We've left this white area. Just I love seeing the different shapes. And again, when I look at things, I look at how is that rabbit actually shaped. So that's from my vintage card. And this is just a few of the vintage cards. I've got many, many, many that I like to use as a resource. You don't have to buy them. You can go on eBay and just see what's out there. I only buy them if they're really reasonable because some of them are ridiculous. Like they're in the $400 and $500 range, which is just insane. All right, so a little bit of an obscure reference, which is this one. So remember at the beginning, I said, this is a fantastic book to add to your bookshelf. This is my other recommendation. If you do not have this book, I would absolutely recommend that you add this to your bookshelf because as we break down sort of the foliate forms, this is like a colorized version of the Zenarian manual, where you've got such beautiful illustrations of vine work. This is one of my favorites. Look at those colors. This is like spring exploding on the page. It's absolutely stunning and remarkably simple. So you can study these and decide, hey, I'm going to create my border based on what I see here, based on some of these color patterns. And this book is just pure magic to look through and to break down how these letters are drawn. This is my favorite border in the entire book. Those colors are just stunning. So I will study this book in depth. It's one that I go back to all the time just to get a little bit of a refreshing look and to see is there anything that can influence my border. There's some Rinceau. I just recently taught Rinceau. So gorgeous clusters of flowers, very, very inspiring techniques in this book. Absolutely run to get it. It's one of the best books I can recommend. And the other two that I've pulled, if you want a little treasure trove of illuminated borders, this one, Illuminated Manuscripts, Masterpieces in Art by Michael Kerrigan. This is where I gleaned my Rinceau technique from studying this book, studying the different flowers that's in it. It's one of the most beautiful books I've ever seen. And because the British Library site, it was hacked a few years ago, it's never really been restored. And all of those, there are thousands of manuscripts that used to be online are no longer online. So this book has captured several of their very rare manuscripts. So you can study the flowers in detail and just see what you want to add to your own design, even something simple like that. Gorgeous, gorgeous book. And the other one I pulled is The Book of Hours by Simon Marmion. And it's a little book. It's not overly complex, but there's lots of beautiful combinations of acanthus with small flowers. It like I said, it's not a big book, but kind of looking at how the underlying structure is of the acanthus, this one is a good one to lay that out and how you can alternate colors to create a little setting. So I think that's what I have as far as books go. Does anybody have any questions about any of those references that I shared? And again, that's all typed out, but make sure you do spend some time looking in the children's book section, especially if you've got a big bookstore around. It's definitely worth seeing what's out there. Okay, so I don't see any questions so far. This is my other recommendation, is having a little journal that's dedicated to practicing your sketching of animals. And the practice of drawing is something that the calligrapher needs to add to their skill set. And your drawings, your sketchbook doesn't judge you. I've got some really awful looking animals in here. But this is where I practiced. This is where I started to build up skills and to see what I could do with these designs. And I'm not somebody who likes to copy or trace things off. I want to be able to draw my own designs. I want to be able to draw my own birds, my own bunnies, my own puppies, anything that it is. And I've developed full workshops based on sketches that I've got in my sketchbook. So you can see when I was teaching Enchanted Meadow, and this class is based on the inherent knowledge in Enchanted Meadow, but I sort of dive deep into the painting technique. But this is how I taught the dry brush technique back in 2010. And I've changed it over the years. But having a little place where you can capture your drawings and just seeing what develops. And again, it doesn't judge you. It doesn't have to be perfect. It is what it is. And the practice of drawing is something to revisit and go back to as often as you can. So I've got lots. This one's almost done. Little bunny on skates. Bunnies are my animal. I know Francis loves squirrels and deer. Victoria and Sophia love mice. You might have your own favorite animal. It's up to you what you want to draw, but I'm going to focus in on the creation of a little bunny today. So that's my sketchbook. And I pulled some of the different projects. Okay, so this one was when I want to work on creating a white rabbit. Many of them have like they're looking up, so I tend to put the Christmas star up there, and with the potential that maybe this could be a Christmas card design. So if you're thinking ahead, that far ahead, that's perfectly fine. But incorporating an animal into a little setting, most of my designs are fairly small. Miniature painting is usually doesn't exceed 6 inches in either direction. Um, if I do a larger border piece, then that there's an exception. But your animal is fairly small, so you're working in a tight spot, which you're going to be grateful for when you see the depth that you need for dry brushing. This is one that I developed for the class. This is another one I developed for the class. Again, these little acanthus settings. My absolute favorite one I've ever done is this one. Vellum. This was done on vellum. So these are older pieces done on vellum. And if you get comfortable with dry brush on paper and you've got vellum, you can absolutely work on a vellum piece. I love this piece as well. Again, lots of gold. Another little study piece. The rabbit holding the acanthus. This one, the rabbit is kind of floating in midair, but I still like this piece. These are some of my earliest ones. This one I developed a few years ago for the Flights of Fancy class. This one was also for the Flights of Fancy class. Little rabbit sort of holding on to the vine. And one of my larger pieces, What If You Fall? Oh, but my darling, what if you fly? And the little rabbit sort of stepping out of the border. Oh, thank you, Coon. That's sweet. Um, love, love, love putting all kinds of sparkles and things in there. So thank you, everyone. Let's have a little go at drawing. And I'm going to work on a piece of graph paper. So if you get your pencil and an eraser, I'm going to pull off a couple pieces. My absolute favorite surface to work on for drafting and drawing is the Marlman Imagination graph paper. And I'm going to use my Blackwing. Now, when you go to transfer your work to your good paper, don't use the Blackwing. This is almost impossible to erase, but use a mechanical pencil. But we want to get a little bit familiar with drawing these animals. Now, what I don't know, here we go. In your handouts, I've also given you a bunch of vintage images. And any image that I've put in your handouts is either copyright free because it's so old, it's a vintage image, or I've actually licensed the image. If I've used it from Envato, like these, I've actually licensed those images so that we can draw them. Not a problem at all. So I'm not using anybody's photograph. I've actually licensed the images, so you're fine. If I've got Beatrix Potter, she's under copyright and they are in there for educational purposes, but you can still practice the drawings, practice what you're doing. Same as Marie Angel, she is in copyright, but that's included for educational purposes from my own photograph from the Harrison collection. Marjolaine Baston is copyrighted as well. Okay, so here we go. Let's do a little bit of drawing. So we're going to focus on some of the features and some of the things that make a rabbit. And there's a potential problem because the head of the mouse, the head of the rabbit, and the head of the squirrel definitely have similarities. But when I'm drawing a rabbit, I think in terms of almost a softened lemon shape. So and the back of that head is going to be an oval shape. And then I've got a little tip like a lemon. Now I'm going to draw this large. So this is not going to be in a size that I'm going to put on my paper, but I just want to practice the drawing and showing you where to place things. So if you start with like this lemon shape, and I'm just going to do a little cut in there for the nose. Let's go up a bit. And my pencil isn't overly sharp. I will pop it up a little bit, give it a little bit more sharpening. Okay. And if you draw a dotted line from the base of the nose, slightly angled upward, that's going to give you a good positioning for the eye position. And the eye position, I'm going to start with like a U shape. And from that U shape, I'm going to create a nice round circle underneath. And I'm going to leave a little bit of a highlight in the eye, and I'm going to just shade that in. And I usually get the life of that subject in right away. So once that eye is shaded, I know I'm pretty good. So there's my little eye. I've got this little hook shape for the nose. The mouth I sometimes leave off entirely, but you can come down and just give a little bit of an indication of that. And I'm just going to soften this back a little bit. And remember this dotted line, if I extend that dotted line, that's starting to give me the positioning for the ear. And you've got to be careful with the shape of the ears so this doesn't look mousy. I want this to sort of be this oval shape. Or a spoon shape. I think that's a good way to talk about that, sort of that spoon shape. And again, your reference might have an ear. So I'm just going to come over here and do an ear on its own. It might have a more pointed shape. Almost like a petal. And when you're painting, and that would work, when you're painting that, I usually give a little edging of a lighter color, and then I come in here almost with some hairs. So if you don't want that spoon shape and you want it a little bit more pointed, I'm still going to get that edging in. And the ear that's in the background, the top of the head is actually split back behind, like it's splitting them up. And then I'm just going to come down and I'm going to mirror that shape. And when you paint that, that is actually going to be darker. Sometimes I'll give a little bit more of a cheeky, um, a rounded shape here as the apple of um, the cheek. All right. There are so many things we can do from here. If I want to work on a standing bunny or a bunny that is, you know, sort of sitting, but he's elongated a little bit. Think in terms of that bowling pin shape. So I'm going to start at the base of that head and I'm going to pull down. And if I do that on both sides, I'm just going to create this like fat bowling pin. If all I need to do, if I want to create a bunny from that, if I want to have just a tail here, and that tail is actually going to come down. That bunny's looking over his shoulder. And I could do something like this where I bring a wreath of flowers around his neck. But just like that, and if you are new to drawing, This is the one to do. This is completely the one to do. If you are really, really worried about even um, doing a face, this is how I used to teach it. I would just put a figure eight. So you would have a small ball and a slightly larger ball. But I would smooth those out a little bit so it's not quite round. So sort of flatten that bottom ball. And then there's that bunny tail. Remember, it comes down below that circle. And you could just have those ears in the background. And again, this was like bunny painting 101, where nobody wanted to bother with the face, or I had limited time to teach the face. We would start there, and I could absolutely teach you the dry brushing technique and all that you need to do with that design from that. It was called the Rear View Bunny. And there was actually great value in that, especially for people who had never painted before. And like, don't shy away from that if that's where you want to begin. And again, that wreath at the back with that, we could still have that collection of flowers and that could be gilded. And this is where, if everything is brand new and you're feeling overwhelmed, this is the one to do. If you're okay with that over the shoulder view, this is a fairly simple one. And again, you can get a little bit of dimension here at the bottom. It doesn't have to be completely or oval shaped, so it almost looks like those haunches at the back. So head body proportion, think of it in thirds, Manon. So this is about a third of the size, and the body is 2/3. So that's the best way that I can estimate that for you. This one, if you're doing the rear view bunny, you can completely change it based on how flat you make things. So if I want it to look really squishy, there's his little head. And I'm going to make just crazy squishy guy. There's that tail coming down. This is the other thing that I would do quite often is I would come in at the back, get that ear shape, and maybe flop an ear over. So this one,
Can you move a little bit to
oh
your,
yeah, thank you, George. Keep me honest here. Thank you, George. So now we've got floppy eared. And again, you can have that. And I'm doing this very sketchy because I want you to just not be bound by anything, just have a go and see what happens. And again, we can just get almost the idea of those little haunches or the back of his feet going there. Um, how are you doing so far with sketching? Is everybody doing okay? Perfect, Sandra. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to build on this. So let's do the head again. and let's break it down. So we're going to get that lemon shape. You can even square off that top of that head a little bit, like flatten it off a little bit to sort of give it the personality that I see in the rabbit heads. I'm not going to draw the dotted line, but I know where to aim, and I want to get that U shape. Come in with that eye. And there's little things that you can do with the personality of the eye. Like if you add almost a little, like the indication of eyelashes there, that starts to soften the features again. Again, let's get a little bit of a cheekiness happening here. I'm going to come off to the side. Get that almost an angular shape this time. So I'm just changing things a little bit. That head going through, and again, changing things a little bit. All right, I am going to do this in terms of still just looking over the shoulder, but I'm going to bring this line from the head down. Instead of just drawing that bowling pin, I'm making this little stroke, like a little bit of an S stroke. Can have those little whiskers in there. I am really very tentative about putting any whiskers in my actual drawing because I've ruined too many of my paintings by coming in too harshly with whiskers. If you want to put them in, I recommend you put them in pencil on your final painting because you can take them out and they'll still sort of do their whiskery job. So again, I've got that little stroke coming down. And I'm going to get a little bit of a rounded shape here. So a little bit of definition, not just the bowling pin shape. And then I'm going to start to shape those haunches at the back or that rear end. So I'm coming in, it's like a circle or a semicircle and a semicircle. I can actually make that really fat. That tail, again, remember the tail is going to dip down. And I'm going to have a nice little, really chubby rear end here. So this is now giving the impression that there's a little bit of arm or something at the front. It's not just this, it's not just the ball, it's even not just the haunches. There's just a little bit more shape and definition. And again, you can come in and start to define what would be those little feet. And that could be all you need for your design. Again, you're going to come in here. I love it. There's already personality. And then when you paint it, and part of the personality was something like this, where you just added that little bit of eyelash there. You added a couple little dots there in the cheek. You can go in and start to um, tint the ear. I'm not going to put a wreath on this one. What though, if you wanted a little flower? It just depends on how whimsical I'm feeling, what I do. Almost looks like a little fascinator hat there. So cute. So I really recommend in profile. Full on view is just, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Um, if I want to add more than just the straight old rear, like back view, what if I come down here and I'm going to create a composition this time? So again, we're going to draw that head again. So don't forget we can flatten off the top a little bit, come into our lemony shape. You can add that almost that little cheeky area. I'm going to get that eye. And again, I really like what I soften that eye a little bit. Get that little U shape. And when you're taking a spa day, practice just the drawing of these little rabbits. And because this is something that you normally wouldn't do, just decide I'm going to sit down and practice rabbits. But when you have a day that is set aside to really study them and to see what you can do, you'll give yourself that time to practice them. Um, okay, I'm going to extend out and I'm going to get that ear. And again, I'm just giving that ear a little bit of personality, a little bit of shape. It probably shouldn't hook into the eye. And again, we're going to come behind. All right, so I'm going to make sort of a different version of how this rabbit could sit. So I'm going to arc off the head a little bit. And I'm going to create I'm going to get like an oval that I'm going to begin with. So again, in terms of proportion, Manon, I would say that again, it's that 1/3, 2/3 again, so that this is a little bit larger than the head. And this time I want to define that rear leg. So I'm going to bring a C shape into the oval. Are y'all tracking with me? It's all good?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to bring that down and I'm going to even define his little foot there. And you can just start with this shape. You don't need to fully shape those feet yet. There's little tricks that we can do to make the feet look really cute. And at the front, I'm going to just come in with that. Hard to describe that shape. They're just little strokes, really. And I've got to do a little bit of moving here. So your eraser is going to be your best friend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that haunch over a little bit because where my foot ended up, the arc of that hip should come forward. And when we paint this, this is not going to be a hard line. This is going to be a very soft line. And you would also like really lightly see a little bit of an arc line defining the bulge of those front legs. This is often lighter fur between here and here. So this is often quite white. And then his little tail. And for the little paws, I'm just going to bring these little C shapes down to represent the divisions in the paws. I want to show you something here as well when it comes to the paws. So when I am drawing the little hands, or say I've got the bunny holding something or something like that, I start with a spoon shape for the forepaws, like the front paws. And then usually I just come in with these little C shapes. And when you're doing the little rear foot or the back feet, if you've got a shape like this, so I'm just going to start with almost a shoe shape like that. If you do things like arc or get a little bit of an instep in there, like you're defining it a little bit more, that falls into the cuteness factor. And you can even indicate a little ankle. I love having that little curve there. So that is something you could absolutely do. All right, before we start with our composition or placing the rabbit in context, let's come back at 10 minutes after the hour. So it gives you about a 6-minute break. If you need a little bit more, let me know. The afternoon break, we can make it a little bit longer, but shift position, grab a cup of coffee, cup of tea, Manon. I know that you can't stay for the whole day. I'm so glad you were here for part of the day. And I hope you have safe travels and do everything you have to do, but we'll miss you. I'll see you when you get back. But everybody else, come back at about 10 past the hour. Okay? Take a wee break.
Thank you.
You're
Love the
welcome.
rabbits.
Oh, good, 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 good.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Look at my bunnies.
Let's see. Where'd you go? Francis. Oh my.
I'm really happy with this sitting one.
Wow. They're all adorable. Fantastic. Well done.
Remember when I couldn't draw anything?
I know it's just a matter of practice.
I
Wow.
really, The city bunnies, I really like him.
Yeah.
I wish he was on the final page.
Trace them off right now. Trace
Yeah,
them off.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Well
this,
done.
always this fear, I'm going to get on the real surface. I keep second guessing myself and erasing and stuff. You know what I do. But anyway,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
it happens. We
Just
all struggle with that. It's like, oh no,
just to give you some feedback that it's working, because at least you can tell it's a rabbit.
that's good. Hey, what do you have, Coon? Is you one of your animals, one of your cats in trouble? Oh, oh, she's got the cone.
Yeah, he has allergies,
Uy.
so we need to put the cone on his
Yeah.
head so he won't scratch.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
just for a while, I hope.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do before I forget is I'm going to pop in the chat the Padlet, and at any time, if you want to post work up on the Padlet, let me just go over there. I'm going to share the screen. So I will put and if anybody is worried about posting work or anything, you can always email me and I'll be happy to put that up on the Padlet. But your student work will go there. When the YouTube recording is ready, I will put it up there. But Padlet doesn't house the whole recording. You actually have to go off of the Padlet, click YouTube, the link there, and it'll take you to the whole recording. But I would love to see, this is going to be up for 6 months, and I would love to see what you do, what you're working on. And usually after about 2 weeks, people stop posting on it, but let's have our little community group there. So that's the Padlet. And again, if you're worried about posting it on your own, just send it to me and I'll be happy to do that. Okay, so over here, I pulled two other references that, again, these are both published by the Medici Society. And at the back of the Medici Society books, they give you other people to look up. And again, they produce some really beautiful publications. And this is M. Eldridge. And her watercolor technique is so granular, it looks like pencil, but it is absolutely watercolor. She can get less grainy in her technique, but her animals really have that sort of granular look to them. So that is, the drier your brush is, the more stark your strokes are going to be. And then this is Racy Helps. So you might not know who Racy Helps is. Again, published by the Medici Society. And at the back, they're going to give you a bunch of different other resources by Racy Helps and other. Audrey Tarrant, again, another one to look up. And I've got several of her books. Again, that you can see the detail in his technique. There's the rabbit. Everybody goes to Beatrix Potter. So all of these artists who come up with these Medici Society children's books, their original inspiration, you can see that it is Beatrix Potter for sure that's in there. What I like to look about through different artists' eyes is, what is the color? What color are you using there to create that glow inside the ear? What is the color you're using for the eye? Look at the paws. Look at things that define. So again, don't overlook Medici Society. They come up on eBay all the time. Okay, so if we're happy with one of our rabbits, what I suggest is you trace off that rabbit or use a light box, or comfortable people can do a direct draw on their art paper. I do have one ready to go on my art paper that's just a really clean drawing based on this. But I want to show you how I would possibly compose with this. Now, I want to, let me pull this reference 1 second. All right. So if we're thinking in terms of putting our rabbit in a setting, when you're taking a study day, assess things like how much time do I have to actually do the design? Um, and I try to make it a bite of practicing a technique. So you don't, I would never do a full border on a study day, but I would take a section or I would take some small study thing that I want to do and I want to work on. So if you decide that, hey, I want to work on a little acanthus and just a single flower, then that's all you need because the bulk of your time is actually going to be defining the rabbit itself. And if you go back to resources like this, um, and decide, hey, maybe I want to do thistles, maybe I want to do something that's sort of a different flower that I've never tried before. Um, Find something that appeals to you that you want to add into your reference for your study day, and that your study day becomes a snapshot in time. What is the name of the Eldridge book? Where did I put it? I think it's called In the Garden. Um, In My Garden by M.E. Eldridge. It's a lovely, lovely book. Really pretty. Several of my private students, we've studied Eldridge for a period of time to get familiar. Look at her little mice, just absolutely adorable. Look at her bluebirds. And she's really, and Beatrix Potter is like this as well. They can say a lot with a few strokes. Where Marie Angel and Marjolaine Baston, they take a longer time for their message to come through. Okay, so if you've got a little setting like this, what you want to have is your rabbit safely sitting on something. So, and you also don't want to look like the foliate work is growing out of or in danger of piercing the rabbit or the bunny. So often I will have the rabbit right underneath, I will come in with some sort of soft floral form. So maybe I'm just going to start with those little petals. And maybe I'm going to cluster those. So I've got this rabbit sitting on this little safe little cloud of flowers. Somebody emailed me yesterday saying they had a pet rabbit or used to have a pet rabbit named Blueberry. And I thought Blueberry was just the cutest little name for a rabbit. So I'm thinking that if I did this one and I named her Blueberry, I would put some blue flowers and maybe some blueberries in the design. But I think that this would make a really cute composition. I love this one more and more. I'm just really liking that. So your next question that you entertain is, do I create a vertical composition or a horizontal composition? And depending on, like as a calligrapher, I'm often doing nursery things, birth certificates, things like that. So I usually have to work in a horizontal format rather than a vertical. But for this one, if I wanted to create a little horizontal setting, and the only reason I'm doing horizontal instead of vertical is I've got these feet getting in the way that I don't want to erase. What you can do is just create a little extension. So I'm going to just create a little curve like that. And on the other side, I can do a similar one, not identical. I could also decide I want it to curve upward a little bit, but maybe I'm just going to come here. And I'm just going to exaggerate that curve. And so now little blueberry is looking so cute. And these little curves, I'm just bringing some offshoots off the curves. Now, I know Sandra, you're in this class, and we talked about. I am going to run Glittering Vine again, but this is scroll work, and scroll work creates curves off of curves. So I'm going to major on this on a fresh piece of paper. So if I am creating a C shape, and usually I put these terminal lobes on the end. When you're creating scroll work, curves flow off of curves. And so if I want to create a vertical design, I would place my pencil back on this curve and then maybe veer out to the other side. So now I've got a curve coming off a curve. And again, another curve coming off another curve. So that, in a nutshell, and again, when I do a study day for Glittering Vine or any of my sort of acanthus-based classes, we major on how this works. And your curve, any sort of curve that you make, and they're either based on a C, almost a 6, or a G, or an S. And you can have elongated forms of those. Any curve can either house flowers and foliage. Sandra said she's been using the circle template trick for the outlines. Yeah, let me grab the circle. Oh, that's a good point. So you can also use a circle. And normally when I use circles, I taper them down in size. So I'm just going to make the second circle a little bit smaller, and then the third circle a little bit smaller. So and this will give you a proportional drop that works, usually works perfectly. But if I take a colored pencil here now, and I decided, well, this is going to be my opening C curve. And I'm going to just follow that down, that outer edge. And I'm going to spin it in, and that will be my C curve turned into an S curve. And again, if I just follow that down, now look what happens. I did that with Blackwing, so this is not going to come off easy. You've got a really very striking design with almost no work. From here, let me grab another color. If I decide that I'm going to turn this into an acanthus or the start of an acanthus, if you just pull out from that main line and then veer it back toward, out, that spine has become like a structure or the main backbone for your acanthus. So again, I'm just going to leave a gap. I'm going to go out, back toward the spine, out, back toward the spine, and down. And this time I just want half. I don't want to do the acanthus on the other side. And if I do it here, again, I'm going to pull down, back toward the spine. This time I'm just going to terminate it into the spine. So it almost looks like the side view of the man in the moon there. And if I wanted that other side, you just narrowly curve it in. Look at that. So it's very, very, very simple if you use that circle. And then I can just continue to augment that. So I've just added more acanthus there. Now, if I hadn't have done a hard line here, but let me just do a dot in the dark green and a dot. So this is now a resting curve. So these are the actual curves, the structural curves. And this is a resting curve. And a resting curve is just that. You're going to have something actually rest on a curve. And I could turn any of the structural curves that I've turned into acanthus. They could have also been a resting curve. But if I wanted to create a bloom, on that resting curve, or on this curve, I should do green center, stay consistent. I've got that, and then this one. So on a study day, or a day that you deem as a study day, practicing scroll designs is often something I will do in isolation, meaning I don't have anything else to do but practice scrolls. And then from here, I could decide, well, I want to have maybe some buds. And I'm just going to go back to pencil here, but you get the idea that if I start to bring the idea of a bud further, ideas for the acanthus, scrolls, they emerge and they serve a purpose. And I go around corners. I create ovals if I want, or a heart shape. The scroll just needs to follow whatever pathway you're creating for it. Does that make sense? Does that help to see that scroll broken down like that? Everybody's tracking with me so far? Okay, perfect, perfect. And again, when you create a scroll, your color that you add is going to add visual weight. And because at this point, the strength of your design is going to be the bunny. That's going to be the main integral part of the design, and everything else is augmenting it. Well, all of this is going to change the visual weight and the distribution of ornament. And I will often come in and add all kinds of gilding. And I'm just going to get a goldish color here. So I would add like dots that are going to absolutely make this design sparkle. Does that make sense? How the progression of the scrolls work? And when I go and add filigree at the end, I usually find a way to tie those gilded orbs into the design. So you can't place these little orbs too far away from the main branch, or you're going to get yourself into some trouble. It's going to look spindly. The further away you place these gold orbs, the more you have to reach to incorporate them in, and that can just really throw your design. So if this was the design that I'm going to go with, I would actually transfer it over to my art paper at this point. So the stronger you become in your skills, you can directly draw this onto your good art paper. What I'm going to show you is how I will build this design. So I'm just going to get my light box here because I love this one. I was going to do this one, but I absolutely love this. And this will happen, and I want you to absolutely be proud of yourself. If you have created a design that you love, there's nothing wrong with loving that design. You're not being bragging, and you are celebrating something that you have done, and you should. That's the whole point of these days, is we're developing a skill and we're going to figure it out. Like, this is completely changing my plan. Because I had a couple designs ready to go. I had one like this that I was going to develop with you. Maybe I still will show you that, but this is, I think this is going to be so sweet. So we're going to do this. And I'm actually going to work on a slightly larger paper than I normally work on. This is a 7x10 rather than a 5x7. Now it would fit on a 5x7. So if I flip the light on here on the light box, you can see that I could fit that in on a 5x7, but I want to have a little bit more room to sort of work on. So I'm going to knock this on, sort of center it on a 7" by 10, just giving me a little bit more room. And this is a light box. And I'm going to take a piece of washi tape. If you don't have a light box, you can do this on a window. And I used to make a light box by opening up my dining room table, putting a piece of glass in the center and shining a light underneath. This is when I came onto the scene, a light box was like $600. They were incredibly expensive. My husband actually tore apart one of our my sewing machine room table and put a light box in there. He built one out of a fluorescent light. And now you can get them on Amazon for like $12. So that's just how things change. I'm just using a piece of washi tape to tape this down. And I'm switching to the mechanical pencil. And what I'm going to do is lightly grab the outline, not all the detail. I love that this might be blueberry. And all of the life of your drawing is in that original, which is why as you gain skill, it's actually better to be able to draw directly onto your good art paper. But in the beginning, that could be a very intimidating thought. But I'm going to get those little leaves, and I want to get that little, I love that because it looks like a fascinator. Bring his little bottom around. The tail, I'm just lightly sketching in just the outline. And all I'm going to transfer over, I am going to draw these blossom flowers. And the reason I'm showing you this step is because I don't ever completely sketch the design and then transfer that over. I like to have this organic nature happening. I would go crazy if I completely drew a draft and then transferred every detail over. I don't work like that. I cannot work like that.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Are you at the center of your paper or are you at one side or the other?
I'm at the center of the paper.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I don't use that method where I completely draw all those details in the sketch. Okay, and the other thing I really liked about this sketch were these curves. So I'm going to lightly grab those. There, that's all I've got. And now I'm going to touch this design up a bit. So you don't get enough of the reality of the design with a light box. So I'm going to just give myself a little bit more of a sketchiness to it. So I'm just going to define things. I'm going to soften out that cheek. I am going to get that inner ear. And again, I'm not using the tracing. I'm using, now I'm doing that direct draw. I'm going to soften this line here, soften that line. I'm going to get in a little bit more definition. And the one thing I will do is I will often in graphite get a little bit of that shading in the eye, just so right away my little bunny has more soul. I don't like them staring blankly with those zombie eyes. So I'm going to get my curve there. So this one, I've done a little branch line. And the other thing that I really do in my work is I push back against symmetry. So even though I've got a little bit of a symmetrical thing happening here, it's not going to land there. So what else am I going to do is maybe I will bring in I'm toying with the ideas, whether I want a curve. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring in a little arcing curve around here at the bottom. So that's going to break up the symmetry. And I think I'm maybe going to have a little branch there. And I think here, I could come around. I think what I'm going to do is All right. So I've got my lines, and they're similar, but they're not identical. Let me back that out a bit. And it's very light. I do this drawing very, very light. And I'm going to bring in some more leaves. And I think I'm going to, at this junction, I'm going to create another flower there. And I'm simplifying the additional motifs because they are not going to be the focus. The focus is going to be the painting of the rabbit.
Heather,
Yeah.
hi.
Hi.
If you want to, because I would like to put some, I don't know, I think I need to put like an arm on this bunny. Where, because it seems like turning,
Yeah.
where do you put the, or where do you think, yes.
Yeah. So if you want to have that, then you need to bring it down this way.
Okay.
Okay. And it still wouldn't be seen. So if so there's that line. And you would have this just a slight indication here that this is another arm. So the arm is actually going to be there. This one won't be seen at all, but nothing is actually going to, you could maybe just bring it down a little bit, but it's actually going to be the curve in this hip here that's going to, yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, that's the curve what I'm missing, and I think it's rare. Okay.
Yeah, and you could even have a little bit of a curve coming here with that back hip. Does that make sense? We're gonna we're gonna define that when we paint that. That's
Okay.
a great question, B.
Thank you.
Oh dear, big thunder coming. Oh. All right. I did not know a storm was coming up. Okay. So I'm going to add these elements. I'm going to start to build the structure of the design. And I will say this, I always say this if there's a storm coming. If anything happens and we lose power, I will continue to record as soon as I can, but hopefully everything will be okay. So don't worry, we'll take care of it. I'm just turning some of the curves into acanthus. And I think I'll get another flower down here. This is I affectionately call it my I don't have a clue approach. I completely changed my plan from what I had set up for today that I labored over last night, thought about, and then completely changed it based on a drawing that I just liked. So I'm just winging it, and whatever happens with this design happens. So again, I'm going to bring some buds. I'm going to turn this into a little bit of the acanthus.
Are those flowers at the bunny's foot?
Can you say that one more time, please?
Are the flowers at the bunny's feet?
Yeah, the flowers are covering up sort of. So I see a little bit of the feet here. That's a foot and that's a foot. When I paint this, this will make a little bit more sense, but the flowers are actually sort of covering that up. Does that answer the question? Okay. I'm coming here. So the bunny is more sitting on the flowers. And I'm going to bring some acanthus. Or even just a shape, a V shape. I I think this, even though there's a junction, maybe here, I'm going to get a flower. Turn that into an acanthus. And I think here I'm going to have two flowers, so almost the idea of a cluster. And you're getting a glimpse of me sort of thinking out loud and figuring out what I'm going to do with a particular design. And they're all different, they're all unique, and they're all just based on what I sort of feel like doing and exploring. But I think this will be enough to give us that bite of the glazed dry brushing technique. I'm going to bring, I think, a bud in here. All right. So there's my setup. I'm going to add these dots. I want lots of gilding. And part of the reason that I can do these foliate designs with this sort of speed is I'm an offhand flourishing artist, and to me there's a lot of similarity between the two. Sorry, did somebody else have a question there? Okay, so this is my, yeah, go ahead.
Can you draw again? Because I always forgot how you draw the end of your curves. With this, it seems like a ribbon or something that open in both sides, and then you, I don't know the name of that.
Yeah, so this, so if I have a curve and I just want to, is it like this V?
Yes.
Yeah. So you draw both sides. So you draw a curve and then you bring a little shape down so both sides meet. So again, there's the main curve. You're going to draw an inner C shape and slightly outer. That's pointing out and away.
Okay.
And then a bounce down and forward. And then these can be painted in however different ways you want. Does that help, B?
Yeah, and then you draw like a ribbon, right?
Yeah. So if I want
okay.
this to be a ribbon, yeah. So that's the Florentine class that's coming up. We do a lot of this because this is a really simple pattern design. Acanthus is always more difficult, but you see here I've got a little bit of that Florentine thing happening here.
Okay.
Yeah. And here. So that's going to balance out. Perfect. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are right near where we should be. And you have, if you're going to paint along with me, all you actually need is any rabbit. So if any part of this was too much of a reach, just have something like this ready to go. What I'm going to have prepared is actually this bunny to the gilding stage. And when I get the gilding medium down, I'm going to take you through the palette setup. So to get this to the gilding stage, I'm going to use my McCaffrey brown. and I know that I've got people from all over the world that can't get McCaffrey Brown, then I'm going to suggest the Sepia Copic multiliner. But what I'm doing with the McCaffrey Brown is I'm not going to ink the bunny. I'm not going to do this Beatrix Potter style. I'm going to do this the Marjolaine Baston Marie Angel style. So I am going to do the little fascinator on the head. I think Blueberry needs that. And now I'm going to ink in, just lightly follow my pencil line. And the inking stage in all illumination is always optional. And over the years, I've developed different strategies for doing this. But the ink line for me gives me a more precise painting. So I'm just getting in where I've got the pencil lines, where I've got the dots in the ornamental work. I'm getting my McCaffrey Brown. And the pencil line is there to gently guide you. It's not an iron bar. So you can see, like I just hit the focus there. You can see that sometimes I don't quite get it exactly. It's almost like with my pen, I'm still in this sketching motion and I'm not going hardcore here with the line. So I'm actually not pressurizing the pen. I am using my normal Hunt 21 nib, which is a medium flexible nib. You don't want to be using a flexible nib or your ink line will be too hard. A nice light touch with the pen. And some of my students don't do this step at all, and they don't need to with their painting technique. I really find that this helps shape my painting. And for me, I need this step in there. And if when you paint it, even if your painting covers the ink line has still done its job. In traditional medieval manuscripts, inking was often done twice. It was often done as a washed out stage at the beginning to capture the pounce or the pricked lines that they put down to design their piece. And then it was often done at the end to give another sense of sort of strength to their design. I don't like the ones that are inked at the end. Generally speaking, I don't like them. It's too harsh. But if you follow this method, your ink lines will recede rather than advance on the page.
Heather,
Yes.
if I use Copic, do I need to ink the lapid?
No, if you use Copic, don't ink, no matter what you use, don't ink the rabbit.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thanks for asking, Kuhn. So the only time I ink the animal is when I'm really exploring Beatrix Potter's technique, because Beatrix Potter captures sort of the shaded areas of the bunny with an ink line. And over the years of her work, she developed a technique where she worked with both black ink and brown ink so that some of the ink would look like it is receding. But again, I think with the dry brush and the glazed dry brush technique, we're going to get enough definition with the painting that you won't need to ink the animal at all. And again, it's stylistic because all of those different ones that I showed you, from Racy Helps to Molly Brett, who else did I show? Oh, the Holly Pond Hill, the Susan Wheeler, they all had different techniques for bringing those animals to life. Does anybody have any questions so far? We're right on time. Your lunch break, and some people I know from past experience just sit at their desk and keep working through. I do suggest you get away from your desk and take your eyes out of your work, at least for a few minutes. When we have an hour break, and if you get your lunch, or depending on some of you, it's late at night and you're not going to want lunch. Take your break, get out of it, have something to drink or something. And even if you bring your artwork to this stage, when I come back it'll be 1 p.m. my time, it'll be different all over the world. I'm going to do the gilding, and then the rest of the day will be spent doing the painting techniques. So you should have at least something to work with. And I really, really encourage you to work along with me. And even if you're just going to practice painting the rabbit, come back with some sort of rabbit drawn on one piece of paper, and have a test piece of paper off to the side, that before you actually commit to your art paper, that you're practicing the dry brush technique, because there's a number of different ways that we can explore dry brushing. And the other thing that's really important is that you have a china, a white plate, not plastic and not metal. It should be white, just so you can see the paint. That's going to be really important. Okay, so here we go. And I got 2 minutes before the top of the hour, so I'm actually going to lay the gilding medium down. But you don't have to have work that far ahead. I'm going to let it dry over the lunch hour, and I'll explain this a lot more about the gilding technique. I'm just using Mini Autumn ink as my gilding medium, and I'm going to put it down with a clay shaper tool. That one I didn't clean, look at that. And the gilding medium is just going to go in the center of the flowers and wherever I've got a terminal lobe. So when I come back, I will be ready to gild and talk about any gilding questions. Mini Autumn ink is my only synthetic recommendation that I have. If I'm working on vellum, I do make my own gesso and use my own gesso, but I don't demonstrate that in class, and I don't even advocate it because it's so tricky to get right. Where Mini Autumn ink usually works. There are times, depending on your climate, where it can be tricky, but for the most part, in a classroom setting, it does exactly what I want to do, and I'm not steering my students wrong with this product. The clay shaper tool just helps me get my little dots nicely defined.
I have a question, Heather.
Yes.
Is there something else I can use in place of a clay shaping tool if I don't have one?
Yeah, if you can put this on with a brush.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, you could also use a pen nib, but the pen nib that you use it's not going to be used for ink ever again. So I wouldn't put it in your good pen holder, and I would be careful. It's actually easier to use a brush, and the brush, I actually did a demonstration with this a couple days ago. I just used this Dynasty Micron. It's a 5.0. It comes to a good point. And as long as you clean that brush really well, and I'll show you how to do that after the break, you're fine to use a brush. Before I had this clay shaper tool, all I applied this with was a brush. And you want to make sure that you're not actually leaving brush strokes. So after the break, I can show you that brush technique if you'd like to see it, if that will help. But
Yes,
this,
thank you.
yeah. So this needs 15 minutes to dry. We're going to give it more than 15 minutes because we're going on our break. And even if you just have it at the inking stage, that's fine because I'll review the gilding, but I do want to make sure I had something ready to go with. Okay, so take your hour. Chris is going to keep recording, but we'll cut that out. We'll cut that out for the video, I think. So don't worry about anything. I will keep my camera on, but my mic off. So take an hour, and when we come back, you're going to need your watercolor, your brushes, and an extra sheet to practice on. Is any questions about any of that? Yes.
We should let the minion come in dry for 15 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I put the ink now, so it's gonna be like an hour.
Yep. You're going to be
And
just
so,
fine. Yep. Because mine's going to dry for an hour or close to an hour.
okay.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
For practice, can we use cold pressed watercolor paper?
You can, but it's going to be a lot more grainy. So the smoother the paper, the better.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you have hot press, I do recommend it. Yeah. Anna, did you have a question too? No? Okay, you're giving me a thumbs up? Okay, perfect. All
Okay.
right. Yeah. All right, so we'll be back ready to go at 1. I'll probably come in a little bit quicker, like earlier than that. It's pouring rain, so I've got to run from my studio to the house for lunch, but I'll see you soon. But make sure you do get your eyes out of the work for a few minutes, okay? All right, see you in a bit.
Where's the rabbit?
Okay, we'll get started in a couple minutes. If you're back, just pop your camera on so that I know you're back. You still have 3 minutes. I just don't want to start working right away until everybody's back.
Heather,
Yeah,
I have a question about the gold leaves.
yep,
It comes into a book like this,
yep,
and there are many paper here.
yep.
So
Yep.
I just pull out one of it, right?
Pull, yeah, pull it out by that glassine, just like that. Absolutely. Yes.
So, and after using it, I just put it back
Put
in
it
the,
back in. Yeah, you open the book and you put it back in. I'll show you all that. Is that the first time you've used one of the large sheets?
yes,
Yeah, okay.
it's my first time to use this like transfer gold.
Okay. Perfect. Yep, yep. I will walk you through it all, but that's exactly
Thank
right.
you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Francis, go ahead.
Could you tell me? I'm working on two different designs, and I like the sitting buddy. Well, never mind. Anyway, I'll show you. But I wasn't sure what to do with the top behind the ears of.
Let me. Oh, that's so cute. You mean, um, you mean about adding something?
Yeah, in I don't know how to do this. Oh, there's my like. Is that like what happens here?
You can leave it. So you can put nothing there. You could have something like a butterfly or a dragonfly floating in if you want, but it's not actually meant to bring that ornament around unless you're creating an oval or a heart or something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, so your ears are actually pointing up right into a blank space and it creates like this dynamic tension. So you actually don't need anything there, to be honest.
Okay. And
Yeah.
also, his little toes are not actually resting on anything. Is that okay? Is the illusion enough?
Yeah, the illusion will be enough. You can also burnish that with a little bit of pastel, and then that the whole he's suddenly grounded.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
is his nose? Maybe I need to round his
So
nose.
cute. No, I think he looks adorable.
Okay.
Well done.
Okay.
Well done.
Okay.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, you're getting hearts. All right. So we are back at the top of the hour. I am going to continue. Let me put the spotlight back up. Hope everybody got out of their place for a bit and change body positions, and then you come back with sort of a fresh view. Now, Susan held up. Now, I don't know, Susan, if this is the same edition as yours. Mine's called Painting with Watercolor Pen and Ink. There's also one called Textures with Pen and Ink and Watercolors. Yours is Creating Textures. Mine's Painting with Watercolor Pen and Ink. Claudia Nice has several books, and this is one that I kept borrowing from the library and taking, returning it and then borrowing it again before I actually bought it. Because years ago, I used to test it out in the library. Now I realize this book is meant to be explored like a textbook and to spend a lot of time going through the exercises. But she has a beautiful way of building up texture with pen lines and a combination of ink and watercolor. It is an absolutely stunning book for those of you who are into like illustrating any sort of texture with pen and ink and watercolor, or just with watercolor, because I can do things with watercolor that sort of mimic ink. You can see the stippling she's got in the background. It's absolutely such an inspiring book to go through. So I've added that to your book list. And I've also added this one, which is Watercolor in the Woods by Jane Carkle. And it's a very, very basic book, but there's some really nice techniques outlined in the book. For again, use the book like a textbook and go through the exercises, and you'll be amazed at what you can actually do if you follow her very simple sort of step-by-step illustrations. And she's given you an outline she wants you to use. So there's very few authors who actually give you that template and that encouragement to use their outlines. So really nice little book. And again, there's several animals in different positions that you can look at and use for a reference. So I really like that book. Very nice. And this is a very different reference. It's called Painting Nature by Peggy Harris. And Peggy Harris works in acrylic. And the acrylic painting technique is a little bit different, but she still has, I'll get out of the bugs. I'll get out of the bugs, I promise. I'm still in bugs. Maybe it's all bugs. She still has very detailed ways of how she adds texture and brings things to life. So as long as you're okay with some bugs in the book, it's actually a very pretty book. And there's some things that you can glean from her as far as highlights and shading that applies to watercolor and acrylic. We maybe blend things differently, but the underlying principle remains the same. So I do very much like this Peggy Harris book. Okay, so we are up to the gilding point. And Kuhn had asked a question about what you do with the gold at this point. And Mini Autumn ink was what I applied. And it's Koellner Mini Autumn ink, not to be confused with Koellner Mini Autumn. Okay, so this is thicker. It requires dilution, where this usually out of the bottle, you don't need to dilute it. However, as it thickens up, you can add distilled water to it, and it will thicken up if it's exposed to air. So I always just have a little bit decanted into a working container. And prior to the break, I got the question from somebody who did not have the clay shaper tool. And by the way, that clay shaper tool in the right size, I get from Jackson's in the UK. And it's the right size, the size 0, taper point, extra firm. If you go on Amazon and just order them, you'll get all different sizes and they're a little bit more spongy. So I order it directly from Jackson's. But if you need to apply this with a brush, this is just an inexpensive detail brush. I don't think I paid more than $3. And you need to have a good point on the brush, because even if you look here, now let me try and, I can't magnify it anymore, I don't think. I'll go down here. Okay, so here. So do you see how those bristles are splayed? If I go in here and any of those straggling bristles go outside the line, that means the gilding medium goes outside the line. So the first thing I'm going to do is repoint the brush with some water. Good thing I did that. Look, green came off. Oh, you can't plan for everything, I guess. All right. Get rid of that green. See that? That means green got right into the ferrule. Okay, so I think I've got it. Okay, so I'm repointing the brush. So now it looks like I'm better off. There's maybe a couple stragglers. I'm going to be careful. So wet brush going into my little pot of gilding medium. And don't dip it, as I've got my ferrule in there, so I've got myself some trouble, but let me just get rid of that. And what you do is you sort of drop it in, and then you use the viscosity of the product itself. So there's a drop, and I'm sort of floating it on top of the drop and pulling it to fill inside. And I go up to that that ink line. You don't necessarily have to go over the ink line, but I'm trying to go up to and fill that, flood that area. You actually have 10 seconds before it starts to dry. And then here I'll try and get a drop in there. So you're aiming to not have brush strokes here. And that will go from this milky color to this, where it is translucent and shiny, sort of a darker pink. So now this is going to take 15 minutes to dry. Now, Kuhn asked the question about whether or not you have to, like, even though it's longer than 15 minutes. So this has been drying an hour. There is no window of time for Mini Autumn ink that you must gild within. So I could forget about this for a year and come back to it in a year and not have to do anything to it, and it will gild. It really is an amazing product. So if I have used a brush like that, and I absolutely know I got it in the ferrule, you see I've got some on my hand, like Mini Autumn ink, as careful as you can be, you're going to make a mess. This is a brush cleaner. So if you use a brush, you need to right away correct that, what you have done, or you're going to have trouble. See if I'm having trouble opening. There we go. So if I'm going to use that brush cleaner, I just put a drop of water on the brush cleaner, and this is a soap, and it's going to get right into the ferrule, right into everything. See all that soap there? And then I'm just going to go into my rinse water, clean it off, and then that should have saved my brush. Failing that, and this is something I've been making a point to show lately, there's this product called the Winsor Newton Brush Cleaner and Restorer. And if I have a dirty brush that I have forgotten about, I just pour a little bit of it into the lid and move this tall bottle away so I can't knock it over. But any residual glue or anything like that, I can just dip it into that orange, it smells like orange oil, and then I'll clean it off and repoint that brush. And then that should preserve and protect that brush. So I should be able to get more life out of this brush. Now, if I have accidentally neglected, let's just assume I have, one of my Isabey brushes. Okay, so here's a good Isabey brush. And it looks like I didn't do a bad job cleaning it off, but if I'm worried about it, or it doesn't have a good enough point, I will just put it back into this, repoint the tip. Actually, I should rinse it off first, and then repoint the tip, and then I store it away with that freshly restored and repointed tip. And this is especially important the more dry brushing we do, because dry brushing actually splays these hairs and it starts to break them down. So if you get into the habit of reconditioning your brushes, you're going to add life to your brushes. And right now, in this moment in history, it's not the easiest thing in the world to get brushes. Some of our long-loved, beloved suppliers are just not able to replenish their stock and get it into stores without huge tariffs in place. So you might have to put up with using a brush that's not your favorite, and just sort of reconditioning it so it works. Now, when I'm done with that, I discard this. I don't put it back in the bottle. It doesn't look like anything actually came out. This might be a dirty brush. Let's see. That doesn't look great. But sometimes if I've got residual stuff in the ferrule, you can actually see it. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the discoloration coming out in there, very little bit. But I've been much more careful about reconditioning and toning my brushes, just to protect them. So the second product is called Winsor Newton Brush Cleaner and Restorer. And it will actually take dried off acrylic and dried oil off brushes. It's perfectly fine for your watercolor brushes, your sable brushes. I use it all the time. Okay. It's very oily. Yeah.
Just a caution for people who are getting the Mini Autumn.
Yep.
I have had tremendously bad luck with the containers becoming stuck closed.
Yep.
So here's mine. Where am I? Okay, my little container. And when I use it, I always put a paper towel inside the lid and clean it out
Yep.
because otherwise it gets glued shut. So,
Yeah, so this one is good for that. I have been known to put cling, you know what cling wrap is? The Glad cling, it's extra really sort of milky cling film, and that will also protect it because you're right, if you get it stuck, you're in trouble. Like, and this, I just cleaned this off the other day, but
exactly. And
yeah,
if it's a mess, yeah,
it'll seal it up.
good
Yeah.
idea. Okay, great.
Okay, so that's trying to get that brush cleaner off my hands here. Okay, so now I'm going to do the gold stage. And I am using 23 karat transfer gold. And it comes in a book of 25. This is my 23.5 karat medium deep transfer gold. And this is ruby paper. So ruby paper protects every sheet. And I just open the book until I get to my next sheet. You can see here I've got little bits. So I could actually just use that, but I want to show, because I know Koen's never used this before. And always handle it by the glassine. So the reason we use this particular type of paper or gold is so I have this glassine so I can handle it. That looks like something's happened to it, but all I'm going to do is hold it by the glassine and cut off a strip and use scissors that have not cut tape. You need to use, if you use scissors that have cut tape, it can grab the gold. And if I touch the gold, I will remove the gold. And if you it'll just disappear. So when I've cut off my little bit, I go back to the ruby paper and I just tuck it back in place. And then that is all sort of protected and off to one side. And all you have to do is hold it by the glassine and it's shiny side down. And remember that this is dried, so your mini autumn ink has to be dry. If you gild too soon, instead of the gold being shiny, it will look dull. And you could also implode it or sort of make a splat mark because it will collapse. And I'm just using a little bit of finger pressure. There's not a lot of pressure.
Heather,
Yes.
what's the difference between this gold and the loose gold?
So,
Only,
yep.
yeah. No, because I have both and I don't know if really there's a difference or it's just one is more easy to apply and the other is more tricky.
Okay. Yes. So yes, the patent gold is, or the transfer gold is much easier to apply. Loose gold is what sign painters use, what furniture people, furniture restoration gilders use, because they transfer that gold to a cushion, a gilder's cushion, which is made of velvet, and they use something called the gilder's tip or a gilder's brush, which can't capture all of these individual squares. And there are gold leaf purists who believe that loose gold is shinier than transfer gold. I have not found that to be the case. I have found that this is much more convenient for me to use. I don't waste anywhere near the gold I waste if I use loose gold. Because loose gold, if there's any sort of draft, it's going to fly up in the air. It is a lot harder to control. So for ease of use, I use the transfer gold. It doesn't mean I don't ever use loose gold, but it's not my first choice. It's actually a second choice for me to use. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, and you need to use for this tool because I found that I can find a small size, so I have this enormous thing. You need to use this when
let me try to find you. The burnisher. Okay, so
yeah, but I found this enormous.
I
See.
think Coon's got a ginormous, she found one
Oh
that
yeah, let me show.
Oh, hi, team. We are the same.
let me grab my burnishers and I'll just show you that Mini Autumn ink does not need to be burnished, but it can be. And let me show you. So yeah, there's Coons. That's a big one. Yeah, it looks like the same as bees.
I'm
All right, so
terrible with the measures. And I
yeah,
think I bought the small one and
I think they're just coming bigger now because okay, George has a little teeny one there. Um, so let's go here and I'll pin this. So, okay. So this one is a hematite burnisher. This one was Don Marsh's, and he passed that one on to me. And hematite is what you use if you're burnishing gesso on vellum. That is the best burnisher for that. But before I had that, I just used agate. This is my agate burnisher, and this is called a dogtooth burnisher. And technically, if you are having trouble getting the gold to adhere, you can very lightly go over it with your burnisher. And the problem with the Mini Autumn ink, because you're using a synthetic gold size, you can actually dull this gold if you use your burnisher on top of it. What it's great for is getting into tiny little nooks and crannies and just sort of polishing things up. But how I polish and burnish my gold is using this burnishing pad. And the burnishing pad is nothing more than black micro velvet. And all I'm going to do, and there's my gold ready to go. George put the point that if your scissors have been used for something tacky or other than gold, you can clean them with acetone outdoors and dry with paper towel. And then, yeah, don't place the paper towel in a closed container. It can combust. Ooh, yeah, we don't want any burning things. Yeah, you can. I've had a number of students tell me they clean their scissors with acetone anyway before they cut gold. I don't. I just make sure that those scissors are dedicated to gold, and usually I've been okay with that. The other thing I want to tell you, if you do use a burnishing pad, it will automatically erase or partially erase your pencil. So if you noticed how my pencil line got lighter just by using the burnishing pad, so you've got to just keep that in mind. If you've got, like, say I've got a big botanical drawing and I did the burnishing pad on it, I would subdue that drawing almost to the point where I can't see it. Does that help everybody's gilding question? The other thing you can do is you can continue to add another layer of gold. And if there's any sort of resistance, that means your Mini Autumn ink wasn't completely covered. Mine's good. So I don't have any other areas that are looking like they're shining through. I'm ready to go and I'm ready to do the dry brushing.
Hey, Heather.
Yeah,
Excuse me. Hey, I have a question. I bought this from John Neal.
let me see. Let me find you,
I can
Glenda.
see
Yes.
whatever this
Minetti?
is.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
And the whole sheet fell off. So
Yeah. Is it rose gold by any chance?
no, it's 23 karat patent gold.
Okay.
So I don't know, but there's not a right or wrong side to that, is there? I mean, can you
No.
just keep scooting it up?
Yes, you're gonna have to do it and try your best to sort of, and it was patent gold though, right? It was on the glassine.
Yes, it was on this. The whole thing fell off.
Yeah, and I've had that with Manetti gold. It just depends on, so when the gold goes through the roller to be transferred onto the glassine square, some of them just press it a little bit lighter than others.
Okay.
So yeah, don't worry. Try and scoop it up, put it back in your box with all the other gold scraps, and you're going to be fine. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I've had many people have that happen as well.
Thank
George is saying that you can polish the gold with silk pocket squares. Absolutely. Really smooth silk, micro velvet and silk are what I always used before I had any sort of burnishers. Okay,
Heather,
so
I have a question as well because I don't have a velvet burnisher and I don't think I have a silk pocket square either.
yeah.
What else
So
can I use?
I would say if you don't have either, take a soft, clean brush. Let me go
Hmm.
back and spotlight this. And just clean away the excess, but don't go over top of the gold. And you shouldn't need to burnish it anyway.
Okay.
Um, and I don't like recommending this because cotton balls come in all sort of different sort of qualities.
Hmm.
Sometimes if you want to, you could polish it up with a little bit of, I never say Q-tip because Q-tip can actually dull things, but all I would do is clean up the excess with a soft brush and leave it at
Okay.
that. Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, so now we're going to do a palette setup. I'm going to get this out of the way because the bulk of the class is going to be now painting up the design. And when you do a dry brush technique and even a glazed dry brush technique, you need something called a skin of paint. And a skin is created by taking, I'm going to take this is one that looks like I should have done in the brush cleaner. I'm going to take a larger brush and I'm going to go, I'm thinking burnt umber and burnt sienna are going to be my two main colors for this. So I'm going to pick up with a larger brush, wet brush into dry pigment, and you're going to create a flat area like that and put enough water in it so it flows, but you want it to dry flat. So you don't want this gloopy. And what I mean by gloopy,
Heather, what color did you say?
this is burnt sienna.
Thank you.
So by gloopy, I mean this, where I have just made this really dense, opaque, thick. I can use this for a glaze, but I can't use it for a skin. Your skin needs to be thin here. So I'm going to get some burnt sienna, clean my brush, and then this is burnt umber. And when you do animals, there are probably 3, maybe 4 magic colors. And burnt sienna, so think of squirrels, even deer are going to be on that, little bit on that burnt sienna side. Burnt umber is more brown. It's a little bit more earthy. And I want a skin. So that's going to dry flat on the palette. If you don't have these colors, do any sort of reddy brown or earthy brown that you have, any sort of rabbity color. There's a chance, and I probably won't use it, but this is quinacridone gold. I probably won't need it, but I am going to get a little bit of, if you don't have quinacridone gold, yellow ochre will do it. And again, lay that out and you're creating your skin. And the deepest dark of this design is going to be with sepia. And you see just how dark that is. And again, we want a skin. So I've got burnt sienna, burnt umber, A little bit of quinacridone gold. I probably won't need it. Sepia. I need the eye color. The eye color is a mixture of sepia and Payne's gray. This is called botanical black, and it is a black that contains life. So it is not like any other black, and it won't look like a hole on the paper. If you use pure black, it's too strong. So if you mix sepia with Payne's gray or sepia with any blue, dark blue, you'll get this beautiful gray that we call botanical black. And I'm also going to get a skin for the ear color, the inner ear color. And you can use any pink tone. This is Rose Doré, or you could use Permanent Rose, or Quinacridone Pink, or even Quinacridone Lilac. And I think I will use the Quinacridone Lilac because it's bright. And there's my skin. And they all take, that one's never going to dry, but that is the basis of any painting technique. Now let me show you here. This was a palette that I mixed up for my Walter Crane class. And all of these are dried skins on this palette. All of this paint is as workable now as it was 2 weeks ago when I demonstrated the class. So I want to show you actually, while this is still drying, on this palette, what this technique is. And I'm just going to start with, I'm just going to use one of my brushes. Now, all of my brushes, whether I use a synthetic or a sable brush, they're short, stubby bristles. And you can see the synthetic doesn't hold their point the way sable does. But in dry brushing, that's not a problem, because there's times where you actually want to flatten the brush and splay it, and that really wears down your good sable brushes if you flatten and splay those bristles. But let me show you what this technique is. Off to the side, I have my water. I also have a kitchen cloth. This is called a bar mop towel. And after you dip, let me try and get all of this on, see what I can do here. Okay, so you see the water-ish. Okay, so there's the water. After I dip it in the water, and when you're first waking up a brush, you need to have that brush in there for a few seconds before the water actually is saturating the bristles. It does take a few seconds. Okay, so I'm flooding that brush, getting some water in it. And that's just for the first time you use it. You don't have to do that every time. And then you actually drag it over top of that towel because you're removing some of the moisture. Now watch this very closely on this old pigment. So you want to roll. And as you're rolling the brush in that paint, you're actually repointing the tip of the brush. And what you should see is a very clean lift off of pigment rather than this. Okay, so let me show you what a brush stroke would look like. You're going to hold the brush like it's a pencil, and you're just going to create very small strokes like this. So this is a properly loaded dry brush, and if I continue to go over and over, You see, I can build up shade. Let me go up here. So you hold it like it's a pencil, and it's like you're dancing. You're not putting any pressure on this brush. It's like it's just glazing over the surface. And I can continue, you can see, until I actually run out of pigment. And now I'm out of pigment. Now let me show you. So this is properly loaded brush. And you can get these individual shapes like that. An improperly loaded brush. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put water on my brush and just like tap it. I'm not getting rid of that water properly. So now when I roll, you're going to see some washback. See that washback? That's telling me that there's too much water in my brush. So now when I try and make these lines, you see the difference? Properly loaded, improperly loaded, I have no control. Well, I shouldn't say no control, but I have much less control. And now as the water is leaving, it's coming into that controlled state. So your visual cue on the palette is if I have too much water, so I didn't even drag it this time. I'm just going to do that roll. Any sort of movement like that, you have way too much water on the brush, and you might as well not even try and do a dry brush technique. Does that make sense? Is that a good visual for that? Okay. So that being said, if I had this shape, all I've got is my black wing, so I'll just do this. So if this is my ear, say we're just doing the back of an ear. I'm going to go into my burnt sienna. Now, this is still wet there, so I'm going to go into the dry, and I'm going to roll. And it looks good because I'm not getting any pushback. I'm not getting any washback. And starting at the tip of this ear shape, I'm going to start to build up that color now. This is an earth pigment, and so earth pigment might need a little bit more water for me to get any sort of reaction. So here at the top, if I wanted this top to be darker, but what I want you to have before you start painting your bunny is to make sure that you have a test sheet off to the side like this where you can see how things are actually working before you go to your good paper. Because if you come down in the middle of an ear with a really wet stroke, it is very difficult to work that stroke out. So again, I haven't even re-wet my brush. I'm just rolling it back in. And what you start to understand with dry brushing is how much control you actually have over that watercolor medium. Now, this is true dry brushing, where I would build up the next layer. So I would go into, and I'm going to jump and I'll go from, instead of doing a burnt umber layer, well, you know what, let's do some burnt umber. So if I wanted to add darkness at the top, I wanted my bunny ear to be really dark at the top, then I take that burnt umber layer and I start to add tonal value as I shape my ear. And it takes as many layers as it takes. So I'm starting to build that up, but you see how it's quite granular. And what Marjolaine Baston does in her technique. So this is the Marie Angel, where it is entirely built up without a base layer and without any sort of burnishing in between, or burnishing layers. And I'm going to show you the burnishing layer over here. But if I wanted to do more of the Marjolaine Baston technique, there's the ear, and I'm going to do Marjolaine. And I'm going to get a little bit of moisture underneath. And you can decide whether or not you want to do a color like quinacridone. Maybe I'll come in with that little bit of wet wash here. So I'm just going to lightly put down a very light wash of quinacridone gold. Okay, I'm going to give that a minute. So while that's drying, I'll continue to build up some dry brushing on here. If I really want that really dark at the tip, I would go in with the sepia. The dry brush layers dry really, really quickly, so it's actually no big deal to come in and put a layer on top if it's still a little bit damp, but it takes time to continue to build up the tone this way. This is the most controlled way to do it. The Baston way, if we start with that underpainting, and then I'm going to go into the burnt sienna, and I'm going to just start to shape it. So what you eliminate in the Marjolaine Baston technique is the graininess. So it's a little bit faster to build up. You still get a measure of control with it. But this is more sharply detailed, where this one, it takes, you know, you come in over top of this burnished layer or that glazed layer. And I continue to shape. Now, let me show you one other thing you can do. Say I love this, but I don't love the graininess. And I want to soften that graininess. Well, you can add just a little bit of water to your brush. And you can come in and try and smooth out in areas. So you start, it's almost a burnishing glaze. So I am really lightly applying some water and I'm softening out that granular effect. This is what I like to do, is softening that grainiest effect. So say I wanted to soften that one just at the top, coming in with the water. And it still gives you the control. Need a little bit more water. And you can use a bigger brush for this glazing layer if you want. But it just starts to mash it down into the paper and it gets rid of the granular technique, gets rid of that grainy look. So you can start with that's a glazed layer underneath.
Heather,
Yeah.
to make the fur, you use a pointed round brush because the one you're using is like more, it's not that point. It's like longer.
This one, I use that detailer brush, the one I use the gilding medium on. Yeah, I'm using a pointed round brush or a spotter. Spotters and pointed rounds are the two best brushes that you can use for this technique. Yes. And I do love the Winsor Newton Series 7 miniatures. I think they work fantastic.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I think you mentioned in some class that you discovered a new brush, but I never could find it with this red. And it's
Yeah, nobody can find it. I
oh,
think, yeah, these Daler D77s.
these ones.
Yeah, they're really, really good. They are so out of stock. So my other recommendation for synthetic brushes is the Velvet Touch, the Princeton Velvet Touch. This one's actually a chisel blender. You can actually do some pretty good work with that, or the filbert, or the pointed round. I don't like the handles. I think the handles, for me, they just don't feel the same way. Yeah. But to be honest, the sable brushes really, really work well. A really, really nice sable brush is the Jackson Spotter. And when Jackson's puts their brushes on sale is when I pick up another one or two of those. They're very good. Yeah.
Heather, who is that second person where you did the glaze layer underneath? I can't quite make out the name and I
This
wasn't quite.
one, Marjolaine Baston.
Okay.
Yeah. So Marjolaine Baston. And that was that book I showed you at the very beginning. That's Marie Angel. And
Okay.
here is what we're going to do. Okay. So I'm going to settle in to bringing the rabbit to life. And let me get this focused. We're going to get that eye. So always do the hardest part first. And I'm going to start with the eye and the inner ear, the nose, all those fine details. And for that eye, you do need the botanical black. I want to show you this too, because when I magnify it like this, you can see how I've got pencil lines here and there that I need to make disappear. Normally that all those pencil lines, before I gild, I make sure I go in and get rid of that, because now I'm going to have to do that at the end, which is a little bit trickier. So just keep that in mind. All right, let me adjust the light and we'll get going on this guy. Okay, little blueberry. All right, I want that botanical black, but I actually don't need it dry. I need it a little bit more in the wet. So I'm going to get my brush. And never have this far away, your test sheet, because you actually want to see. So when I go into my botanical black, I want to make sure I can actually control it with this. Yeah, so it's working pretty good. Always take little test strokes. Okay, I'm just trying to get this repointed. So I'm leaving a little bit of light, and don't worry if you lose that catch light, don't even worry about it, because at the end we can come back with some white and recapture it. But I'm just shaping that. I think your other color you could have done in the eye could have been a really soft or a really rich brown like the sepia. Okay, so I've got that eye in, and I'm going to let that dry. And I'm going to do a variety of techniques as I paint this rabbit. So let me just clean off a brush here. I'm going to clean off a filbert brush, because this is something else you can try. this filbert brush, I'm going to lay down a little bit of water inside that ear. And I'm going to get a little bit of my really light quinacridone lilac. So I've just added a little bit of water there. And now I'm using a wet brush and I don't want to go too dark here. So this inner ear is going to get that glazed dry brush technique. Okay, so I've just spread that out. So the deeper tone of the pink is near the base of that ear. And even though this wouldn't happen in nature, I'm going to get a little bit of a wet application of this quinacridone lilac on the tail. So I'm just going to go in here. And I just want to establish a little bit. Like there's a hair here. The other area, I'm going to get a little bit of that pink. I'm just going in on Blueberry's cheek. And I'm still using that same filbert, and I'm just going to grab the nose. So that is sorted. This is a large expanse. So I'm going to leave the head for a minute. And again, with that glazing technique. So under the head, I'm going to get a little bit of water here. Not too much because I can't do much with it. And again, I'm going to do that roll into the burnt umber. So this is now the filbert brush laying flat. I'm going to test it. Oh, I nearly made a boo-boo. So that's really wet. I'm going to just, okay, there we go. I've got it drier now. So I'm just going to get a little bit of this opening strokes in here.
Heather, what color are you using?
This is the burnt sienna. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, had to think about that. Okay, so I'm just really lightly etching this in. And what I'm doing is, because this is such a large area, is I'm getting a large base layer ready. So you can see how it's quite granular. Just going to fill that in a little bit quicker. I'm not going to do that on the head though. And you see how in the body, I've got a little bit of highlight left. So sort of the middle area there is a little bit lighter and my edges are a little bit darker. It's a very forgiving technique. It's almost like I'm scrubbing the paper and I'm getting used to what this brush can do. Okay, so I'm putting that filbert away and I'm going to go back to my smaller brush. So I'm going to go in with This is a number 3. This is an Isabey, and I do this all the time. I use a variety of brushes because not one brush will do everything the way you want it to go. So remember in our images, we left a little bit of area around the rabbit light, around the eye. So I'm loading my brush. Again, I'm going to take some strokes because when you switch brushes, they just feel different. Yeah, I don't like this brush. I'm going to do something else. That's why you have this paper. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to start to define. And your brush strokes go in the direction, the way it grows on the rabbit. So I'm following the head, the shape of the head. I'm coming into the mouth, and I'm changing the fur direction here over the cheek. I'm going to do a sharper line here. So I'm following the direction. I'm going to come in around here. You can't be in a hurry with dry brushing, even if you're doing glazed layers. So here, I'm going to start to outline that inner ear a little bit. Now, this background ear, this is an area I could come in with the soften technique because it's going to be receding. So I'm actually going to get a little bit of a glaze here. And one thing you can do, now this is highly dangerous. So if you are new to watercolor painting or dry brushing or anything like that, the tendency for this next step will be where you kind of make a mistake. But what I can do with that same brush, which is a little bit larger, if I use the quinacridone gold, do you glaze the whole bunny? Yes. If I was going to do quinacridone gold, I would do the whole bunny with that glaze layer. So here, Jill, this is just a slightly different technique where now I'm using that filbert brush, and this is a burnishing layer. So I'm actually going over that fur direction that I've put on quite with that grainy effect, and that burnishing layer is suddenly softening this fur. And this was a full glaze, so that was a damp brush with pigment on it. And before I reload the brush, I'm using the residual on the brush to help me burnish. And it sounds complicated just probably because I'm not saying it with enough clarity, but I'm softening everything I've done with that burnishing layer. And already it's probably cut off an hour at least of what I would have to do to build up this bunny. So if you have a slightly bigger brush, like a filbert or just something that is a little bit larger than your pointed round, or even if you take a pointed round and flatten it and splay it, you can do these burnishing layers. So this is still burnt sienna. So Jill, if you were doing this in the quinacridone gold, you would do this part with the quinacridone gold too. And quinacridone gold just gives you a slightly different tonal value to it. It's not anything I need to shy away from. So if I come in, I'm going to grab another brush.
Did you put water down first?
Only here.
But
Only
not
on
on that. Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and what color is that?
Burnt sienna. Burnt sienna. Okay, so this is my quinacridone gold layer, and it's way too wet. Yeah, that's way too wet, so I need to dry it. Okay. So before I get too far along, I can pick out areas here. So now I'm going in with this quinacridone gold.
Heather, would you draw a little thin black line where the nose and the mouth are?
Not black. What I would do for the nose is probably burnt sienna, and the same as the mouth. I would not do black. I would do burnt sienna, maybe burnt umber, and I'm going to build that up.
Okay.
Yeah. Black it will look, and I've made mistakes with that, Francis. So I have done it where I've made it too harsh, and then I've had to give my poor little rabbits facelifts. And to give a rabbit facelifts, I actually completely paint over it. And there's I've only done that if I've got so much invested in it. So this is now this burnt quinacridone gold over top of the burnt sienna, and it's actually giving me exactly what I want it to do. Because brown bunnies, boy, are they funny to look at. Like they're really hard to define what that color is. I'm going to get a little bit more coming into the cheek here. I'm going to sharpen up the pink. I'm afraid of the brush. The brush is really getting flattened. So I'm going to sharpen up the pink. I'm going to my spotter brush. So this is now, I know what I can do with that. Sharpening that up. So I'm actually going to mix a little bit of this quinacridone lilac with some of this burnt umber, or sorry, burnt sienna, and that will be a good nose outline color. And I'm just sort of nudging it into my little mouth. Brushes get tired with use. And this is something that I have been letting my students know. And I think that just like your nib, gets tired when you wear out your nib a little bit in time. The same thing happens with your brush. So if you think of a brush in terms of an item that is similarly disposable as a nib, even though you are going to get longer use out of it with proper care, they get tired. And when a brush gets tired, it does not spring back. It just sort of collapses on the page. And you'll know you've got a tired brush because it can't do anything. It can't spring back. I'm going to get another softening layer down here in the body. So the softening layer, I'm going to put a little bit of dampness on my brush. And this is called paletting, where I'm actually working out some of the moisture in that brush by pressing it down onto the palette. And again, I'm coming in with this. It's a moist brush at this point. It is not wet, it is damp. And again, I'm sparking up a little bit here, getting like going upward, creating that shape. Has anybody put anything on the Padlet yet? I looked at it on our lunch break, and so far nothing on the Padlet, but that's okay. You got loads of time to do that. And I alternate this technique. Like I try and get a little bit of body in here without completely destroying the white of the paper. Like I do still want to see the white of the paper. And then I start to sharpen things up. So these next layers that I'm going to do are going to be sharpening layers. But it's 5 after 2. Let's take a 5-minute break. Shift your position, grab a cup of tea or a cold drink, and then we're going to continue to sharpen up the design. Sound good? Okay, see you in 5. See you in 5. Okay, so I'm going to continue on. I'm going to start to sharpen up the rabbit.
Heather, I just posted 2 images to Padlet
Awesome. Okay, let me
just
go.
to get the ball rolling. I didn't label or anything. I just
Okay,
did.
perfect. Oh, so sweet. That's so cute.
Sorry,
Little
went sideways.
no, she looks very, oh man, I see the progress. The painting technique looks fantastic. Oh, that's wonderful. Gorgeous. Sandra, that's beautiful. Francis, beautiful. Gorgeous work, both of you. I can see a glow happening. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to keep going. And that exactly what I want to see happening with the progress. So I'm going to come in here. I'm actually going to try, I've got a little bit of wash back there, so this might be harder to control. I'm trying the synthetic brush to see what it does. Not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I'm defining that inner line.
Are you on burnt umber now?
This is still all burnt sienna.
Oh, okay.
I have not gone to the burnt umber. So far I've got a little bit of quinacridone gold, but the main color here has been the burnt sienna. And I am going to go to the burnt umber, but I want to get a little bit more definition at the burnt sienna stage, because normally I do this from light to dark, with laying down those lighter colors first and then going in a little bit deeper. If I do pick up some burnt umber, so this is now burnt umber loaded, and I'm going to start to be intentional about where I place it. So I'm definitely going to want some extra depth there. A little bit more here. Now, if you ever think that you're coming in a little bit too harshly or too darkly, you can always soften it right back out with that glazed layer. So you find this balancing point between the colors and how you're actually applying the colors. So it's not a straightforward method. This is 9/10 of what you're doing here. You're developing through instinct, and everybody's instinct is going to be different here. Everybody's instinct is going to be slightly different. Plus, you're using different materials. You have to get to know your materials, and that is another really good strength of the study day. Where when else are you going to put aside time and figure out how something works? You really don't, because we get caught up on everything else that needs to be done if you don't sort of prioritize these timeouts almost. And I didn't go into this, but this is in your handouts. Whenever I did this in the past, I used to physically leave the house and go to a place where I wouldn't be distracted. Now, I didn't do it for 4 or 5 hours at a time. I did it for about an hour and a half at a time. Or if I did take a full day, that was done here. But normally I went to a coffee shop, and for about an hour and a half, I was completely unplugged, and it always went longer than that. No distractions, nothing's going to bother me, and all I had to do was focus. And it was like this most incredible gift to do that without being, pinged on your watch or texted or called, because really, I made myself inaccessible for that length of time. Okay, so now I'm going to come in and I'm going to strengthen the pink on the cheek. This is a little bit dangerous. So again, to strengthen that pink, I'm going to take a little bit of that burnt sienna, and I'm neutralizing it or desaturating the strength of, or sort of the fluorescent nature of it with the burnt sienna. And I'm going to come in here in that cheek. It looks a little bit patchy, so I'm going to soften it back. So if anything ever looks too patchy for you, come in with that moist rather than damp or rather than wet brush. Just have a little bit of dampness on it. Let it sort of do its magic. And then go back to your dry brushing. This area here under the chin is going to be darker. This is still burnt sienna. And what happens with all of the pigments that you choose to use, there's something called maximum saturation where it doesn't matter how many layers you put on, you actually won't get any darker with it. It'll just get more thick. And at that point, you need to switch your color and go to the deeper tone of the color. So keep that in mind that at some point, all I'll be doing is, sort of thickening things up. And you see that hip area. This is something Beatrice asked about earlier, is I'm just sort of giving the impression that that line is coming down where the arm is, and I'm giving a little bit of shadow in that back hip. Here where the flower is going to come out in front of the rabbit, I want to go darker. And again, I want a little bit more definition in that hip. Rabbits have got to be one of my favorite subjects to paint. I know Francis loves squirrels. I know Anna, I think you're a big squirrel fan too. I know Sophia and Victoria love mice. One of my students loves fish. It's I just like anything fluffy and cute. So I'm shaping that backside fur. So I'm following around this sort of rounded shape, and you're giving your bunny form. I'm trying not to build in a texture of stripes either. That's something else that you need to be aware of. There are animals like giraffes and cheetahs and things like that where you have to study the fur texture or patterning in the fur. I'm trying not to create a pattern here. This is quite wet, so I wanted this area to sort of flood in a little bit. Again, this is why I called this the glazed dry brushing, because I'm just using these smoothing layers. By the way, this is what the palette starts to look like. All of those dry brush cut-ins take away your skins. You see, I've used very little of the burnt umber, mostly burnt sienna. I've used the teeniest, tiniest little bit of sepia. You get these lovely little cut-ins. So if you keep in mind that your brush, you're sort of using the brush like it's a pencil, that might help you sort of define this method a little bit. I'm actually going to do a little bit of a quinacridone gold softening layer on the face. And what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to go to my filbert brush. I'm going to get rid of a lot of moisture. Again, I'm paleting the knife or paleting the brush. That's exactly what I want to happen. And I'm just doing this gold, quinacridone gold glaze, because right here, I'm not terribly happy with that. And this is softening it out. I'm also going to put it here. So again, I'm going to do damp brush. Get rid of some of that excess. And I'm softening down the highlight. It was really hard as I was writing the course notes for this to try and put into words exactly what I'm doing. It's easier for me to show you than it is for me to tell you. But it's a back and forth, and if you do things very lightly like this, you will not overwork the paper, because there is a point of no return where if you have overworked the paper, and usually that means you've put down too much water and you've pressed your brush too hard on the paper. And it just, there's nothing you can do. You can't really lift it out, and you can't really soften something that's been overlooked. But you see the glow that's starting to happen? Shaping layer. Oh, they're so cute. Okay. So it's coming. This is, like I said, this back and forth. Now I've got to be careful here. So I don't want to be too gloopy wet like that. That's just too gloopy. So again, I'm going to go back. I'm just getting rid of some of that moisture. There are brushes that you can get that are permanently sort of splayed. They're meant for painting grass in landscape artists, watercolor artists' work, and they actually work really well. I have just found this little filbert, the Princeton Velvet Touch filbert size 0, a really nice tool for this smoothing layer. It does a lot. So again, I'm going to pick that up and get rid of a lot of that moisture. Okay, so now this is my rabbit is quite damp. So I'm going to give that a minute to dry. And when that's drying, I'm going to get a flower and a little bit of an acanthus started in here, so at least you know how to proceed with that. So what would happen if I continued to work on the rabbit when it just feels too damp is that's when I will oversaturate it. So I'm giving that a minute and I'll just work on a little section of the flower. And now I wanted this to be blueberry. So I don't know. I think I will do, I'll do a blue flower in her hair and I think we'll do blue flowers for her. Okay. If you are coming in with an eraser, be really careful because you could absolutely smudge your painting. Just trying to clean this up a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to clean off this palette and get some blue. Okay, so I'm going to do this with an underpainting of titanium white because I get a lot of questions about this method. So I'm just going to get some titanium white on a palette. And what I'm going to do, and I'll do this section right here, is I'm going to paint over top of that little petal area with titanium white. And what this does, this is called priming the paper. It means my next layer is not going to be on paper. It's actually going to be on paint. And this is really thick here. That's too thick, but so any of the flowers I've got get primed with titanium white. This is really boring for the film because you can't really see it. So what this does, it's just a different controlled painting method than the dry brush or my normal sort of working method. But it's quite fun. And you could use any white pigment. Titanium white is my favorite, but you could also use like Chinese white, I think does a good job. I did that one. Now, normally I do a better job of erasing, but we're just not going to worry about it. Okay, so those are all primed. Okay, now, did I have a question?
What happens if we don't use the titanium white?
You don't need it. You don't need it.
Okay.
Yeah, so over here, get a pencil or something. Okay, here. Okay. So essentially, there are, just like this painting method is one of several painting methods I have for my work. You can do this exact same method over like titanium white just gives you a little bit of a barrier, or any white will give you a barrier. If I don't want to use titanium white, what you need is 2 brushes, or you can do it with 1 brush. You just have to keep rinsing your brush after every petal. And I'm going to pull up my favorite blue at the moment is Indanthrene or Indanthrone, whatever you call it, blue. So I'm going to pull that up on my palette, which is this blue. Okay, so it's a really nice, it's almost French ultramarine. And the technique is this, where this is just on regular paper without any titanium white underneath. So there's the pigment. And with my second brush, I use a wet brush to try and coax that pigment out to the other side. So you get this graded wash effect. So there's pure pigment. Putting a little bit around the center. Damp brush. And it is an automatic graded wash. What is slightly different in this method is that you've got a little bit of a barrier, so the paint just doesn't move quite the same way. So again, I'm going to get my pigment.
Do we need to prime the bud?
Can you say that one more time? Do you need to prime?
The bud, the flower bud.
Yeah, the bud. Absolutely. Any flower. And you see how it's just slightly softer? That's what, and this is what a study day is for, using the materials that you have, and just seeing, you see, it kind of looks like it melts into the white a little bit more than this one, where this one pops more. So you get a different effect depending on what you do.
Heather, did you work while the white was still wet?
No, it's dry.
You have to wait till it's dry. Okay.
Yep. But again, if you do it while it's still wet, that's another interesting thing to watch what happens. And you can do this with watercolor pencil too. So that's what I wanted to show you on the other leaf that I just drew real quick. So that's what I would get with those flowers. Now, if that is too hardcore, too harsh looking, I can come in with a little bit more pigment. And again, I'm going to take my brush with my damp brush. And I would argue that today, I think this raw method looks a little bit nicer than that one. But whatever you want to do, and it's going to work, it just looks slightly different depending on what technique you do. And I know I've got students who just don't take to this titanium white technique, and others can just make it sing. So it just depends on what you want to do. Now there's hardly any pigment there, so I got to load up a little bit. I think I got my brushes mixed up. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So I'll just get this one. And then I want to show you something else. Because the bottom line is you need to explore what you have at hand and explore what is accessible for you. Like Kuhn, for the longest time, trying to get mini autumn ink, like get the same sort of gilding medium, and just different parts of the world have things that are available. And do you really want to buy every single thing that I've got? Like I have overbought over the years, and there's things that I have bought that I didn't need, and I think we've all done that. So it's good to sort of see how something works and decide if that's something you want to try or not. And I think that's another valuable point of the study day. But now I'm liking that. So I'm liking how this is now working. Okay, so I want to show you a slightly different technique as well. Let me just clean those brushes, and let me grab. Okay. I'm going to show you another possibility. So, and I don't expect people to have this. I just want to show you this so that you've got this in your repertoire as well. So see that leaf that I drew there. These are just watercolor pencils. And this is the Indanthrene Blue watercolor pencil. So you could, it's going to be a slightly different color. You can just add a little bit of that. See how controlled that is? That's stunning, actually. What happens if I do that on one of these? So now this is over titanium white. I don't know what I'm doing, what this is going to do, but let's see. What's the worst that can happen? So that's really interesting how that works. It's slightly muted, but tons of control. And the reason I pulled out these watercolor pencils, and the other thing here, so if I decide, yeah, I really like how that's working, you can always go back in with your watercolor pigment. And just get the different sort of results with whatever method that you're choosing to use. And every flower in the garden has its own sort of beauty going on. You don't have to have all identical flowers going on here. But that's really cool. So that's just watercolor pencil. That being said, on your leaves, now normally I don't do this on blue flowers, but if you wanted to have the ends of your leaves tipped with a little bit of a deeper pink, this is just watercolor pencil. This is permanent green olive watercolor pencil. And this is earth green. Yeah, earth green yellowish. So I'm just coloring that in and then now if I want to soften that, you get a really controlled result. And the same thing if I wanted to darken the green a little bit. This is Daniel Smith Undersea Green. See how I'm getting some shading? Your acanthus or your leafy areas, you can come in with and tip the edge. This is the Indanthrene Blue watercolor pencil. So I can tip the edge, and then I'm going to actually come in on this side with the lighter green, leaving a little bit of a gap. Now I'm going to blend. So just going to get a brush. Watercolor pencil will give you a slightly grainy look, but I can use that as a starting point or a sharpening up point. So if I decide, well, I really want to pop that with a little bit more of the blue, I'm going in with my watercolor pigment. Getting a little bit more tone. You can get really nice results. Okay, so I'm glad we had time to do that. And I'm going to come back to the bunny. Any questions about the flowers or how to paint the acanthus, or you can come in with any sort of colors that you want. I just wanted to make sure that you at least saw some of those techniques. This is now dry. I'm getting rid of some of these pencil lines. Okay, so I'm going to continue to sharpen up the bunny. So a couple of takeaways. One is use a variety of brushes and sort of roll with the punches. If your high humidity day and your paper is just feeling a little bit soft, then you might have to go to, just a different brush that you're using. Don't be afraid to switch brushes often if it's not sort of doing the job that you need it to do. So this is my skins now. I'm going to get a little bit of the really deep sepia. A lot of wash back. So that means I've got a really wet brush. And I'm going to test it on my paper. The tips of the ears are quite often darker. So I'm going to come in and define them with a little bit more depth. Don't be scared. It's always going to be scary when you come in with a darker tone. Just don't forget, with each of these darkening layers or any sort of definition that you continue to add, you can come back and soften that up. So I want to get this outline here just to have that distinction. And this is definitely really dark. So I'm going to now wet that brush. I'm drying it on the cloth and I'm going to smooth it out. You have to be patient. I don't know that there's I am not a fast worker anyway, and I think the older I get, the slower I get at some of these techniques. But you just have to be really patient with your work. Take the time to do the little test. Just see how your brush is actually performing before you go over here. And I know I've said that a lot, but it's a big deal. Continuing to build up layers. So I think what you'll find if you're new to dry brush is it takes more layers than you think it should. Um, and you'll be having that question in your head, am I overworking this? Well, if you've truly overworked your paper actually looks different. It looks like it gets sort of pilly and raised. So that's a pretty good indicator that you've overworked your paper, and there's no undoing it. I mean, you can try and burnish it a little bit, but usually it just means you've gone one step too far. It's like if you've oversalted the gravy, which what do you do?
Is this burnt umber or
This is
sepia?
Yeah, I used sepia here, Kuhn. That really almost black. That's sepia. Now I'm back to the burnt umber.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I've got to say that my main color has been burnt sienna for this particular one, it's surprising me because normally my rabbits are burnt umber. This was a piece of Fabriano Classico, not Classico, Fabriano paper, but it was part of very old stock that I had. And I think it's a creamy white, not a bright white. And Kathy asked earlier about using cold press. Cold press paper will always give you brighter results. So if you are a calligrapher and you are able to do your lettering on cold press paper, when it comes to the border designs, you'll get nice, vibrant results. The problem is something like dry brush, because of the texture of the paper, it goes down really granular. So it's not as nice for animals.
I really like the prop technique for the flower.
Oh, do
I,
you?
yeah,
Yeah.
it look very soft and like more natural for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good to know. Did you do it with watercolor or did you use watercolor pencil, Kuhn?
Use watercolor.
Nice. Nice. It's something, and every color that you use, I don't think I've said this in this particular class, there are colors that just flow a little bit better than other colors. And that Indanthrene blue is one color that just flows brilliantly. Carbazole violet is gorgeous. And the cheek color that I've got here, which is actually quinacridone lilac, that's a beautiful flowing color as well. And I'm actually going to pop that cheek a little bit more. So I'm going to go into, that's the quinacridone lilac. I'm going to tone it a little bit with the burnt sienna. So you actually get a color called rose doré if you do that. Um, and I want to just make that warmer. I know this was new to a number of students, and I know giving a shout out to all those that are joining by recording from other time zones. And please utilize the Padlet and show us how you're doing. Ask me any questions at any time. I'm always happy to answer questions. But if this was a new technique for you and you're joining by recording, please let me know, and let me know if anything was left unclear. Sandra has to go. No worries, Sandra. Thank you for being here. So the other thing I want you to bear in mind is they take longer than you think they should take. Most of my miniature painting designs, if it's just like this, I usually have about 4 hours work invested in them from the time of like drawing it, transferring it, getting it gilded and then painting it. It's a solid 4 hours of work minimum. There are times where it's way, way longer than that to get going on your design. And it's why as a calligrapher I charge by the job and not by the hour, because I want to make sure I've given myself enough time to complete a design, and I only take a commission if I have the time. And if I really want to, like, say I had to work on a hedgehog, I would take time to reset my mind and do like a specialized study of hedgehog before I sort of work on the project itself. So the study day is a reset day. It's meant to give you familiarity with a technique, and it's something you give yourself. Think of it as a luxury item. And even, like I said, when I did these on my own, just to sort of reset my mind and get ready to try a different script or something, it was a luxury time out of my schedule to do this. But I also found them to be absolute necessities. And I think the busier life gets, the more stressful things get. We've got to take these time outs. And again, I turn them into a big deal. Like Chris made lunch, he's gonna make dinner. I usually get myself a treat, it might be a really special coffee, something I normally don't make time for, but you do something special to show you that you're investing in yourself, if that makes sense, if you understand where I'm going with this. So the rabbit is coming. It does need a little bit more work. I want to get at least the blue on the little blueberry's head.
Heather, do you do a glaze between each layer of color? Like you go back over and blend?
No, it's totally random.
Okay.
So yeah, what it is,
Anytime.
Francis, is as needed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's and discerning if it's needed or not. That's the other sort of challenge with this. And again, understanding what your particular project is telling you to do at the time. I know that sounds weird, but there's no other way of describing it, because every project you do will have different needs and requirements. So this is the bud. So Kuhn was asking about the bud. So I'm just coming in and doing that way too wet of a brush. Toning that. So let me ask if you feel confident in what you've learned as far as the dry brush method to continue to explore. It's very controllable. And I think one of the things that people shy away from watercolor is because they think it's not controllable. You know, they think it just gets away from you. Glenda said your granddaughter calls it All the Things Day. That's a great that's a great way of phrasing it. How old's your granddaughter, Glenda? That's sweet. 7 and 11. Oh, yeah, and they deserve all the things. They absolutely deserve all the things. That's a great way. Yeah.
Heather,
Yeah.
can you tell whether we're doing the brush strokes right?
Okay, let me blend this and I'll take a peek because I don't want it to dry. Give me one sec.
I did the back side of the bunnies.
Okay, let me see. Let me see. Remove the spotlight. Let's see, Kathy. Where'd you go?
Okay, the big bunny, don't worry. This I know is a mistake.
So so it looks like you're doing it right. The ears, the tonal value in the ears is coming good. Though the smaller bunny that's on my no, the other side. Yeah, that one. So I guess the medium-sized bunny, the top of the head, that looks exactly right. So you've got that little bit of a glaze, and then you're starting to build up the tones on top of it.
Are you
Absolutely.
talking about this one?
The other one, on the other side. Yeah,
This
that
one.
one. Yeah, yeah. Perfect, perfect. And it
Really?
looks like that one you had a glaze underneath. That's the technique that looks like it's working the best for you, Kathy. Yeah,
Okay.
wonderful. Anybody else have anything that they want to show me while we're here? Any troubleshooting that I can do?
Heather,
Yeah, where'd you go, B? Yeah, there you
oh,
are. Yeah.
my camera. Here I am. I'm think I always make hard strokes, but I use white trying to soft the bunny. So can you let me know what you think?
Oh,
Maybe you can see.
Oh, how cute.
That's adorable. I love it, B. You've done a
Yeah,
great job building up that texture of the fur. I can see the
yeah, it is.
individual strokes. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's
Gorgeous.
not too hard.
It's not too hard. It's furry. It looks like it's got fur and it's got life to it. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well
Thank you.
done. Well done.
Hey,
Uh,
Heather.
yeah, let's see, Glenda.
Mine's smirking. I don't know how to correct that.
Oh,
So
it's so pretty.
Yeah.
it's like he's looking at something that.
It's got a look at all the hearts you're getting. It's absolutely gorgeous, and you've done a great job with the highlight at the back of the bunny. Beautiful.
That was a boo-boo right there.
Was it? And did you actually? It looks good though. That it works out being the arm. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. And
Can I
Janice.
show mine? And I can't see whether I'm holding it up correctly.
Oh my goodness.
Can you see it? And I've got my
Beautiful.
background blurred.
Yeah, you do have your background blurred, but I saw it. It came into focus and it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Perfect.
You can't see the gilding or anything though. I'm trying to figure out how to quickly unblur my background, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
that's in settings, I think.
Yeah, I know it is. I just don't. I'm
Yeah.
trying to see if I can quickly.
Oh my goodness, you did a great job.
Thank you.
And Janice, weren't you saying like because you didn't? I know you didn't have the white, and there were different things
Right.
that you've done a fantastic job of intuitively painting the design. And you're getting
Thank you.
hearts and
Oh, there we go. There's the none. Okay.
okay,
All right, is that
looking
better?
cute. Yeah, that is so
Okay.
sweet.
And I
So,
didn't have hot press. This is cold press paper, so
well,
I wasn't
that's
sure if it was coming out, you know.
it absolutely is. The glow of the blend that you have in the ear looks particularly good. So
Okay,
for
great.
cold press paper, I think you've done a fantastic job of making it work for you.
Oh, thank you so much. That's good to know because
Yeah.
this is my first time with a bunny rabbit. or really any animal to be exact.
They
So,
can be intimidating,
yes.
they really can. That's fantastic.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Well done.
Sarah,
Anybody?
may I show you mine, please?
Yes, let's see, Susan.
Let's see. Was that?
Oh, that is
Oh,
so
how
cute.
cute.
Oh, it's just perching there, so sweet.
Yeah, he's
Getting lots
coming.
of hearts.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's
Wow.
getting there. I'll keep working on him.
I really love the eye that
Oh,
you've
good.
already got this clear expression in that eye that's like, this is
Oh,
a mischief. This one's a rascally rabbit. That is so cute. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Anybody else? Okay, so Coon, let me try Coon. Let's spotlight Coon. Oh, you got a Christmas one ready. That is so adorable with the bow. Beautiful job, Coon, and the gilding looks amazing. Brilliant. Absolutely beautiful. Well done.
Thank you, everyone.
Anna Claudia, let's pop. Oh, Anna. That is so, I love that they all have this hat thing going on with that little flower on top of its head. Beautiful brush strokes building up beautiful dimension and texture, and your signature blue flowers, Anna. It's gorgeous. These are some happy little bunnies. Oh, let's get Francis. Oh, Francis, that looks so sweet. It's so gentle. So gentle. Beautiful, delicate painting technique. The roses look amazing. Well done. That one looks proud. This bunny has an expression of incredible pride, like he's just proud to be sitting on those roses. That's amazing. It's so funny that we can all get these different expressions. Victoria, what you got? Anything? Don't want to? Let's see. What is gonna go on? They're gonna be painting. What is he gonna be rolling? It's because you're under renovation at your house. Is that Renovation Rabbit?
Yeah. Yeah, I found out yesterday that we have to start priming the walls tomorrow.
I
So
knew it. Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't supposed to be for a while. But
Yeah.
that was my way of processing stress.
That is amazing. Good for you. Oh my. George Harmeling, I'm gonna spotlight that. Oh
Delicious
wow.
rabbit.
That is so sweet. Beautiful. And it's on round paper. I love it. Absolutely
how do you
beautiful.
get round paper?
Where do you get
Uh,
it?
Paper and
Yeah.
ink. Paper
Yeah,
and ink. John Neal. They have it.
yeah. I love it.
Oh,
That
I
is
do.
beautiful job on the acanthus. The little twist in there. You've done great, George. Well done. George, did you buy those books that I had never heard of before? Or did you just get pictures of them? I forget what it was called, painting bunnies and hares. Maybe he's muted. There he is. Maybe not. Anyway, if I can find those books that George had, I will pop them up on the Padlet as well. Anybody else have anything they want to share or anything they want to add? Thank you for those who've posted on the Padlet. Please share your work, and if you are too shy about sending it to the Padlet, please show me what you're doing. Chris will edit this video. Let me go here. Yeah, so Chris will edit the video, and he will get it sometime early this evening. I will have that uploaded to YouTube. It'll be rendered and everything, and then I'll send you an email with the demo from today, any notes that we took from today, and I will not only email it, but I will post it to Padlet with the recording link. You have 6 months for the recording. If anybody needs any more time, just tell me and I'll keep it up. I know Kuhn, I kept Abundant Joy up, it's still up. So anybody who needs to go back over old classes, they're probably still up. So
Heather, those books came off of Amazon, and it's called Let's Draw Bunnies.
Okay.
35 step-by-step bunny drawings by Lucille Solomon.
Okay.
Rabbits and Hares, Let's Draw.
Okay.
And that one's by Morwen Zayas,
Nice.
Zayas, also off of Amazon. And the Rabbit Coloring Book for Adults. It doesn't have a name attached to it, but
I'll spotlight it there. Yeah. Oh, look how cute. Yeah, cool. So there were some different references of kind of targeting down just on rabbit design and drawing and stuff like
yeah,
that.
I'm having trouble drawing rabbits.
I thought you did a fantastic job. That looked, your drawing looked amazing. And you are,
Oh,
yeah, you're welcome to use any of the outlines I gave you in the handouts as well, if that helps, George. But well done. Thank you for playing, everybody. Thank you for coming with me on a study day. Great to see you all. And like I said, an email will come later today and we'll get that sorted and it will be posted to Padlet, but as well.